Hello everyone, I'm Dren Hatamata. Welcome to an episode of SNG, episode 11. I've got a handful of topics and do I not have a... Thought I had a thing. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sure the chat works. Alright. I need a text source. Oh, wait. Yeah, good enough. Alright, I need... General images, I need text. Give me text. Here we go. Add a source. Okay. And we call it topics. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. Put that down. Alright, so... Let me just go ahead. Oh god, that's ugly. Well, how goes it, everyone? We got a whole bunch of things that were going on, but first I'll kind of let you know on the update of what has been going on since last time. Had a legit reasonable update or whatever. So while I was gone, I ended up well, from doing any of this or anything updatey, got a new car. Old car ended up kind of running down on me. Well, Lloyd was a good car. Now I have a new 2011 Buick Regal. Where will you go? We ended up starting off with some issues as it was, and, well, it's kinda... I had to get a new battery right off the bat. And I'm hoping anything else that happens, I'm looking carefully for things to make sure we can go ahead and get them taken care of. I do not want to have to worry about broken down car anymore. So I've been terrified of that. The hell? Outline, there we go. So that's been something that was terrifying me for a while because I was getting to the point where, shoot, I might be on the side of the road. I've named since it's a Buick Regal, I decided to name the car, King Raru. No lie, when I was first hearing about that name, I was always saying Ryuru. Never knew that that it wasn't that. Where the... Oh my god, it's so tiny! There it goes. Why is it blurry, though? Alright, also, we've been going through a bunch of, various medical things over the time. Trying to get ourselves checked out has become quite a chore. I did not expect it to be such a chore to try and catch up on that. Weirdly enough, it's been a back and forth thing, getting to know a neurologist, finding... words. We got a chiropractor now, and I still need to get established. But hopefully we'll be in better health, and we'll be able to get to a point where we're more energetic and not having to worry about the stuff. We're also looking to hopefully get a therapist at some point. Therapist or counselor or what have you. Oh, that's why. Nope, not that one. There we go. Recently I've been trying to make various plans on how to deal with my streams. I'm working on trying to figure out if it's worth paying for an editor on my phone, or if I should try doing something else. My hesitation has to do with the fact that I don't want to pay that much if I don't have to. I'm pretty sure I've got sympathy on that, because the things I want to do is edit streams to a very basic level. Download it, upload it, delete off phone. You know, 6-hour long things, because like I need to, some of it I can do on the YouTube side, but YouTube Studio on mobile does not have everything I need. Limited in, oh, that should be Y. Wait, I can just copy and paste. I take this over here. Wait, okay. I can just copy and paste that. Paste the words. Copy. There we go. That's a lot of words. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, I will set that right behind the display capture for now, and I'll bring it back up whenever... No, wait. Where's the thing? Where'd it go? Need that. There we go. That's... Alright, so that's what it is for now. I'll put that up at the top. There we go. Let's expand it. Ooh. There we go. That's how the current topic will be. Gotcha. Well. But yeah, that's... I have so much time during work. Sometimes I get a lot of downtime sometimes, so it'd be nice. Okay, I can just do some editing real quick on a video. It'd be nice. And then I can start getting everything properly uploaded one by one. It'd be great. So, what else I've been doing is at work on my downtime. I've been reading the Bible. The Holy Bible. It's been interesting. It's the NKJV, and running into weird issues about what's in the book. But that's for a time of different interest. I just thought I'd mention that I've been reading the Bible. I'm trying to read it from cover to cover. So, I don't know. It's the copy I have is a red line or a red text Bible, and it's also compact. And I just hit yeah, I'm partway through Numbers, I believe, and I'm like 120 odd pages in. So hey, I'm a 10th way through. Oh, anyway, moving on. So something that I remember being an issue is, why is it that it's been an issue for men to drink fruity drinks or girly drinks or something like that? And I don't get the stigma. I really don't. It's something I've been wanting to bring up just as a topic in general for a while. I've asked this to many people, but I don't like bitters. I always have a sweeter palate. What is a manly drink, girly drink? What the hell? To how strong and a drink is girly according to its colorfulness and sweetness. Okay, but there's a lot of manly drinks that tend not to be strong. Like, guys drink beer all the time. I don't really care for beer. I really don't. Beer's kind of gross to me, like most of it. I don't care about. I mean, I can normally drink like maybe some good ciders. Hell, I'm drinking coffee right now. I can probably drink a coffee beer if I wanted to, but I'd rather drink a coffee liqueur because it's generally sweeter and stronger tasting. But I'm a lightweight as well, so I'd rather do that. I feel like some people have the issue of like sacrificing taste, but also the bitter stuff seems to be cheaper, so maybe that's it. You can buy a case of beer for 18 bucks, but you might get only a bottle that's like 4 times stronger than a can of beer per shot or whatever. You know, it's just weird to me. Let's see, what's the difference between feminine and masculine? Majority of men cocktails, stronger cocktails, whereas more women choose lighter, refreshing. They're more likely for a mocktail. I don't know, is that reign true? I'm just saying, you get liquid marijuana. It's friggin' delicious. Gummy bear, adios motherfucker. Tokyo iced tea. Redheaded slut. Yeah, like bunch of stuff. I mean, and it's crazy that this is such an ongoing thing. There is so much. Like, if I look it up, there seems to be so many people like doing like independent tests of like, oh, how much is it? What drinks are considered the most manly? I mean, you get people chugging Everclear, but it just tastes like straight alcohol and like cleaning alcohol, so I really don't care. I'm trying to think, like, I'll take a White Russian. It's like a coffee. It's like a white coffee, white chocolate coffee. It's delicious. That guy should try real beers, like Belgian tapas beers. And it's tasteless or bitter, before saying it's tasteless or bitter. You know, and that also, being in America, we just don't have a lot of good beers. Everything tastes like horse piss to me, in large. If I'm getting something to drink, knowing that I'm a lightweight, I'll get something easy. I would just do shots of Irish cream. This is not advocating for drinking alcohol. This is just a weird stigma that drinks are related to any form of gender. It's just ridiculous. Just drink a thing that you want to drink. I just want to drink what I want to drink, and I don't think anyone of female type, I don't think they should have to worry about it. Why are we gendering drinks? This is so dumb. My lovely Whiffbend, my partner, loves all kinds of drinks. He likes the bitter stuff more than I do. I hate a lot of it. But you know what, let's girly drinks versus manly drinks stigma. Alright, so this is probably something. The idea of manly versus feminine drinks is absurd. Drink what you like. There's so much more out there than beer. Which is true, but beer is cheap. Alright, the amount of dudes who refuse to drink anything that's not strictly labeled manly is ridiculous. Most feminine drinks are friggin' delicious. I don't want to drink some crappy triple IPA. A, because it puts hair on my chest. Likewise, girls, if you just want a beer or whiskey on the rocks, friggin' do it. I know this may not seem unpopular, but I've been with so many groups of people where guys refuse to drink anything other than beer, with several of them even acknowledging they don't even really like beer that much. Is that really something that's often consensus? I think men who don't drink some drinks because they are afraid of what it do are a bunch of chicken shits. If you let society tell you, yeah, the idea that you can politically erroneous. It's a thing. Oh, I forget, I'm on Reddit. Anyway, like, isn't it ridiculous? I might be repeating myself, but I just still find it absolutely ridiculous that this would ever even come up as an issue. And I feel like this has to do with the idea that people end up looking, oh, you've got a fruity drink? You must be a little fruity yourself. Little homophobic bullshit. The idea that, I guess, women are meant to be sweeter in the past? On the sweeter side, and I find that it really doesn't matter. It's just... it's literally a matter of taste. Like, very literally. It's like the joke, give me the girl... It's like, give me a fuzzy navel and the girliest drink you've got, or the gayest drink you've got. Alright, 2 fuzzy navels. Apparently. And, I mean, I remember that being, I think it's a Family Guy joke. I just found it weird. And I feel like that's, of course, changing a lot in the past, what, 10 years? It's been very different on that. I don't think we should stigmatize anything like that. Create a community? I have an option for that? Anyway. I'm never on Reddit that much, but I need to get on Reddit more. Maybe I should take that back. Unpopular opinion. What are erasing the stigma of girly drinks? That might be interesting. Does this actually take, actually, I kind of want to see the origin. Stigma. Origin. Gender and cocktails. Okay. This might tell us something. Accuracy and truth pending. This is vague. The bar world has it all wrong when it comes to gender and cocktails. Our culture is undergoing a gender revolution thanks to decades of work from pioneering activists like Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera. We cisgender people, that is, so those of us whose gender matches the one we are assigned at birth, are learning there's more to gender identity than male and female binary that we grow up accepting. Terms such as trans, non-binary, and agender are starting to seep into the mainstream. For a list of the updated terms, click here. It's not clickable. Why didn't you make that? No, I don't give a shit. Why is that not clickable? You need to make that clickable. That's an issue. At the same time, people are questioning whether it truly means to be masculine and feminine, and whatever those descriptions are useful or outdated. I would say that they're, at least for me, they're useless and outdated. I don't think we should be that worried. I think if it's a person's own thing, just let it be their own thing. I think it's arbitrary for anyone else to care besides the person it's about, in particular, for each individual's sake. Just let people let. Truth is quite common on the beverage world to experience antiquated thinking about gender. As a decade-long member of the bar community, I think it's time we talk about improving our understanding of gender as it relates to the industry. The language we use affects our perception of the world and who we include in the world. Isn't that the truth? I have a lot of really shitty people I work with that don't understand that. Imagine your masculinity is so fragile that you couldn't drink a cocktail out of a coup. Right? That's how you say that, right? Coup? Cup? I don't know. I tweeted this recently, and the response was overwhelming. Some people were shocked that this was even a thing, while others shared their exasperation. A few bartenders told me that it was a matter of policy. They don't exchange glassware for men who request more manly vessels for their drinks. It's easy to trash insecure bros for refusing to drink out of a dainty glass, but it's missing the point. A cocktail coup, which is said to have been modeled after the shape of a woman's breast, exists for a specific purpose. It allows a person to sip their drink while holding the stem, thus preventing body heat from cooking your last words. I always thought... So I know some glasses are made in a particular way so that way they preserve certain flavor for different drinks. Like, champagne glasses are specifically for champagne for a reason, the way that they are supposed to help actually accent the way the bubbles work, from what I'm told. And it really, I guess, almost enunciates the flavor, if that's the right term. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see. Refusing to drink out the cup tells the world that you'd rather suffer from a warm cocktail than being perceived as feminine. This should tell you a lot about how deeply entrenched misogyny is still in our culture. When I was a full-time bartender, I would regularly encounter men who'd asked if the cocktail is girly, and if so, proclaim that they wanted a manly drink. It happened enough that I thought a sassy retort preloaded my back pocket. A girly drink depends on the girl drinking it. That's funny. Is that enough that we got there? This really wasn't the history I was looking for. I know it's about ending the stigma, but I was hoping to find, like, an origin. Let's try history. I'm not sure where it probably starts. A world history of women and alcohol. There was no stigma around women doing sex work. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm good at doing this. Researching. Does anyone ever go to the second page? Is there a second page? There's no second page. Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, let's say end the stigma and drink whatever the hell you want. There's no reason to have to worry about whether a drink's manly or not. If you're really gonna be as fragile as that, you might as well not drink anything but water. Oh, that's foolish. Anyway, I think we're good on that. I don't think there's anything else I can say to that. Alright, so an issue that I have... Alright. So I kind of wanted to go over things about acquiring... Copy. Paste. So I know this is something I've struggled with before. Is acquiring validation on social media, namely like YouTube and Twitter, and as of now Twitch, or as of recently Twitch. So I really wanted to kind of look into that. So what is validation on social media? Let's get a basic definition. Social media validation is essentially like a digital mirror we hold up to ourselves, comparing our online presence with others. We all have basic human need to belong, feel good about ourselves, and form our identity, and social media often becomes a stage for fulfilling those needs. So I would say that social media is incredibly important in many respects. I wouldn't underestimate the effects of it. So at least in my experience, I've run a few experiments for myself to see what it would do, and I just don't think I have what would be necessary in order to get what validation I would be seeking. I just don't get enough attention for what that's worth. And walking around like at work and stuff, I don't seem to have anyone here I want to give a shit about in regards to validating my existence. So in trying to talk with other people and whatnot, it's become interesting to say the least. If I post something, I get like one like or something like that or whatever. Well, like in large, I don't know what I'm doing necessarily, so I'm trying to fill in the blank, if you will. Since I've gotten on social media in large, whereas I think it started with YouTube, I've had a strong desire to just spread as best I can. I guess there is a desire for some sort of fame, as well as spreading a certain message or whatever. But I find myself falling and giving way to things that I'm not sure that I want to express. Like if I share a meme, I barely get anything from anyone. My partner always reacts to it, but I don't have anyone else who seems to do anything about it. But what was me, right? Whatever. I do feel like there is a... I'm not sure if it's a fine line or not, but getting validation on social media, both being a double-edged sword between finding groups that you want to be with versus what's too much, right? So let's see what these key points are. Using social media for reassurance and validation. Some people post on social media in order to get reassurance about their insecurities. Excessive reassurance seeking does not effectively address problems. Be mindful about your posts and social media and think more constructive ways to address problems in your life. Okay, this might be healthy enough to read through. This is from Psychology Today. Oh, and find a therapist. Interesting. I guess this is a tool that can be used. Alright, let's start reading. There have been a lot of news lately about mental health problems associated with social media. As a psychologist, my clients of all ages commonly talk about their negative impact of other people's posts on their mental well-being. Many feel socially rejected when they see an event in which they weren't invited, or other people's posts might trigger unfavorable comparisons that make them feel bad. Everyone seems to have blank than I do. Insert more fun, more friends, more money, a better body, etc. But what about why people post in the first place? Social media can be a great way to keep in touch with people and share information. However, it can also feed into excessive reassurance-seeking behaviors and unhealthy attempts at getting validation from others. In other words, people often use the opinions of others to feel good about themselves. What is reassurance-seeking? From time to time, we all need a little reassurance that everything is okay. You might check in with a friend to make sure you didn't upset them with something you said, double-check to make sure you locked the door, or ask your roommate or partner how you look in a new outfit. It is fine to do these once in a while. When it's a problem, reassurance seeking becomes a problem when it is more frequent, then a person becomes more dependent on it. Considering the following scenarios. A person who suffers from body image concerns frequently posts a body-revealing picture on Instagram when she is feeling insecure about herself. They tend to get a lot of likes and comments about how good they look. As a result, it bolsters her self-esteem, causing her to think, maybe I do look good. A person who frequently feels lonely and thinks that people don't care about him. Instead of seeking friends and family, his solution to the problem is to regularly post on Twitter oversharing his mental suffering. He feels better when he gets positive comments from people about how great a person he is, and to hang in there, things will get better. Another person is having a lot of conflict with their partner and her children. She frequently creates Facebook posts showing pictures of her happy family. With every comment and like, she temporarily feels better about the situation in her home. You know, I've seen this almost in real time on Facebook, where you see a whole bunch of like happy stuff, and then all of a sudden, well, I say all of a sudden, but it seems sudden when you don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and now they're divorced. Like, it's uncanny how much that'll happen. You have to be real careful about how you're dealing with your mental health when it comes to social media. There's a healthy way to do it, and I'm probably guilty of not doing it very healthy myself. All right, Mercy. With all three of these scenarios, the people get reassurance and validation from the others to make themselves feel better. For some, frequent reassurance seeking is addictive, almost like a drug. These likes and comments are a temporary fix. While they might feel better at the moment, the positive effects are usually short-lived because they come from others and not from within themselves. However, they might be inclined to post again the next time they feel low because they get a burst of reassurance, a little dopamine hit. They continue to use social media to seek external validation and reassurance, setting themselves up for a vicious cycle. They do not learn to tolerate and effectively deal with their problems. The reassurance seeking perpetuates the problem and also doesn't get to the root of the issue. It can lead to an increased negative mood if there's not a lot of feedback from others. How to break the cycle. Engage in mindful posting. Before you post on social media, examine your motivations. Ask yourself, why am I posting this? Consider if you are seeking approval or reassurance from your friends, followers in an unhealthy way. I haven't really explained what an unhealthy way, at what point it's addictive. I don't think the lines have been very clearly marked out, or any lines yet. Also, consider the consequences and ask yourself, will you be upset if you don't get a certain number of likes or comments? If it turns out that you are posting for these reasons or feel a whole lot of distress about potential consequences of the post, consider not posting. Do things that will effectively address your issues. If every time you go on Instagram you see pictures of people that trigger your body image concerns, either delete the app, unfollow accounts that trigger you, or at least limit your use of the app. If you are feeling lonely, call a friend or a family member, or do some problem solving about how to meet more people and build more meaningful relationships. If you have relationship difficulties, talk to your partner about your concerns, or consider seeking help with a couples therapist. Alright, number 3. Find ways to grow. Think about how you could validate yourself instead of looking for it on social media. There are a lot of resources on self-comparison as a place to start. Beginning a mindfulness practice is another starting point that can help address destructive thought patterns. Keep a gradual journal of these things that you are thankful in your life. Finally, working with a therapist can help you effectively manage your issues without looking for them from others on social media. In sum, not all interactions with social media are harmful. It can be a great way to help keep in touch with people and can be appropriate venue for support. For others, it might be an excellent resource for information, and many use social media to build their small businesses. It can ultimately benefit your mental well-being if you're able to ask yourself what your motivations are before you post. Alright, so I'm not sure that was answering what I was hoping, but I do feel like that's insightful. Do people seek validation? Of course they do. We all start to allow social media to become a form of validation. I feel like I suffer from the issue where I'm trying to post stuff and garner attention, but there's times where I just won't post anything for a really long time because I'm terrified of being annoying, even though I see plenty of people post far more often than I do to the same people that I do. I always find myself to be the more annoying one, if anything, and that's why I think like a lot of people never want to hang out with me in general. I do find that I do have a lot of fun when I'm posting more irreverent or nonsensical things that are just points of interest. That tends to make me feel good. I do try and play a little bit with numbers, which is probably not healthy. And because I have like this channel on YouTube, and I'm Dren Hatamata everywhere I am, perhaps it also creates a wall of ambiguity that takes my personal feelings to a point out of the picture. So I feel like, well, I'm not posting as me necessarily, even though that is me. Social plug. .io. Let's see what the pros and cons they say are. How long is this? It's a little hefty. That's a little hefty for right now with the amount of stuff I kind of want to talk about, and then whatever happens at the end will happen. Alright. Oh, no, it's upset. I would be encouraging, and I would want to encourage to be careful about getting validation, because you need it's good to have a community, right? You need a community that makes you feel reassured, but not one that's going to constantly reassure you regardless of what the situation is. Like, you still need those people to be able to call out your issues. But I do feel like people make it to be more negative than it actually is, where the issue is how we're doing it. If I had to say, of course, it's just my experience. I'm certainly no expert. There we go. Here's a Reddit post where someone's just asking the question. Ask feminists. This probably isn't. Probably shouldn't use Reddit. Research. Let's try doing that. Radius health? Drawbacks of social media? It's always drawbacks. Social media's effects. Because this isn't something we're going to be able to just get away from, right? I would say no. We're going to be dealing with this at all times. It's not something we're going to be able to necessarily get away from. Social media and teen mental health. This is June 23rd, 2024, so about a week ago. Alright, there's a lot of empty space. Okay. The U.S. Surgeon General's 2023 Social Media and Youth Health Advisory outlines latest scientific evidences regarding social media effects on youth mental health. The report recommends actions and policymakers, technological companies, parents, and others can take to ensure the online safety of young people. The post highlights key findings from the advisory. All right. Key takeaways. Teenagers' use of social media is widespread and pervasive. Social media use can benefit teens, but it can also be detrimental to young users' health, leading to teen addiction, tech addiction, sleep deficits, increased levels of stress, and more. Social norms and expectations, a fear of missing out, and desire to connect with friends are some of the factors fueling social media among teens. Family, tech companies, policymakers, and others must work together to create safer and healthier social media environment for young people. Because ultimately, they're the ones that are going to be bringing it up. Key drivers of social media use in teens. A number of factors drive social media use among teens. These factors include a desire to connect with others, a fear of missing out, social pressure and expectations, hyperconnectivity to technology, feelings of stress, anxiety, depression, or boredom. Much of it, I would argue, is out of boredom. Social media tools are by design, filled with clickbait content and accessible 24/7. These tools can elicit a gratifying dopamine response in some users that can lead to psychological cravings and addiction. Current levels of teen social media use. Virtually all teens, 95% between ages 13 to 17 use social media. More than 1 in 3 reporting that they use it almost constantly. While most US social media platforms require users to be at least 13 years old, nearly 40% of kids 8 to 12 use social media. The advisory also noticed adolescents who use social media more than 3 hours per day face twice the risk of experiencing poor mental health outcomes. A recent survey found that the 8th and 10th grade students spend an average of 3 to 5 hours per day on these platforms. I feel like that number could increase if we actually had better moderation on social media in regards to actual moderators that actually monitor the site, because it's most of these sites that are of social media end up turning into a cesspool of one or another, but there's also the idea of not restricting certain things, and a lot of people have been damaged by it, so I would definitely be super careful. How does social media affect teens? And I would argue that a lot of this could probably still apply to adults. Social media can affect teenagers in both positive and negative ways. Researchers are still evaluating the long-term risk of social media due to the newness of the technology. However, a growing body of evidence strongly links heavy social media use among teenagers to have a number of negative outcomes. Negative psychological effects on social media on teen mental health. Numerous studies show that higher levels of social media use among children and adolescents are linked to adverse effects. Depression and anxiety, inadequate sleep, which can disrupt neurological development and lead to depression and suicidal behaviors, low self-esteem, poor body image, eating disorder behaviors, and online harassment. The risks are greater for girls versus boys for those who've already experienced mental health issues. Additional risks include nearly 2 in 3 adolescents are sometimes exposed to hate-based content on social media. Studies have found a connection between social media, cyberbullying, and depression among young people. And teen girls and LGBT youth are more likely to experience cyberbullying and online harassment, which can lead to negative emotions. Which, so far in my experience, has reigned to be incredibly true. For whatever reason, girls are treated less than men or boys. Like, still. I find that to be a huge issue. And LGBTQIA+, like, my god. It's Pride Month right now still. Might as well be Pride all year, as far as I'm concerned. But these people are pushed down all the time and kicked while they're down. And it's not fair. Me being a cis white dude, I don't get that nearly as much. I really don't. And for the longest time, it was hard for me to understand because I didn't experience much of it. I experienced some of it, but not to the extent that many other people do. Where in some cases it's constant harassment and bullshit all the fucking time. If you are feminine or female, you will get all kinds of creeps that will try to contact you just knowing that there's a picture of a woman on your profile. I could put a picture of a woman on my profile and I would probably get a lot of things, even because they don't look at your profile information. They really don't. Like, you have a little part where you tell people about yourself, you have a bio. Yeah, they don't tend to look at that for some reason. So, you don't know. Benefits of social media on teen mental health, which is something I really want to try and throw out there in regards to us not being able to really get away from it in any feasible means. There are also pros to teens using social media, such as social engagement, including keeping in touch with existing friends and classmates, as well as discovering new connections and networks of mutually shared interests. Opportunities for creativity and self-expression, civic and community engagement, expanded access to information and services, for example, online therapy. I would really press for that, and it's something we need. Social media can be particularly useful for connecting marginalized young people, such as sexual and gender minorities. For instance, according to the Surgeon General's advisory, social media may boost the mental health of LGBTQIA+ youth by fostering connections with peers, facilitating identity development, and enabling social support, which I would encourage to improve on. Adolescence is a valuable phase of development. The mounting evidence regarding social media's adverse effects on the youth, especially concerning is especially concerning given the adolescence is a critical period of development. When different areas of the brain begin to integrate, the prefrontal cortex develops and the prefrontal cortex develops at an accelerated pace. Blah. Words. In the phase of development, an adolescent brain is especially open to learning and growing, and teens may have intensified sensitivity to the nature of social media, according to the Surgeon General's advisory. Adolescence also involves profound psychological changes. Young people are simultaneously navigating increasing autonomy, forming their identities, developing relationships, and more. Given these factors, experts warn that social media use during the vulnerable phase warrants particular attention. Signs social media use is negatively impacting your teen. There is no set playbook to identify unhealthy social media use. Factors to watch for include social media use that leads teen to miss out on real-world friendships and socialization opportunities, become highly self-critical, often due to comparisons and false realities presented on social media, experience cyberbullying, feel increased levels of depression, anxiety, stress, or isolation, struggle to concentrate at school or work, fail to sleep soundly or get a good night's rest, stop practicing positive self-care and self-reflection. Okay, so to be fair, we're not really taught a lot of that to begin with. Like, self-care and self-reflection is normally something that feels more mandated than being about us. Because, like, going through school, there wasn't that much care in how kids were talked to in regards to their health or self-care. Like, it would just be someone that would try and do, like, the tough love thing. Like they would insult you in order to tell you, hey, you need to do this thing, like take a bath or whatever. Hey, Zoot Spliff, how's it going? Welcome to S&G episode 11. We were talking about why is it an issue for men to drink fruity drinks. You know, the whole issue with fruity drinks, girly drinks, and manly drinks and stuff. Now we're talking about acquiring validation on social media and its effects on people, namely teens, since that's where most of the development comes from. Pros and cons and whatnot. It goes, had a DoorDash, gotcha. Alright. Where was I? How to protect teens on social media. While social media offers benefits for some, growing evidence of its potential harm to many children and youth has led Surgeon General to issue an urgent cross-sector call to action. The Surgeon General knows that the policymakers, tech companies, researchers, funders, families, advocates, and others must work together to multi-pronged strategies to create safe and healthy social media environment for young people. A call to action also includes targeted guidance for key groups. Yeah, I'm down on fruity drinks like a heat stroke patient needs water. Yeah, like it tastes good, right? I don't care. I'll drink the thing I like. I'm not gonna worry about I'm not gonna be so fragile as to worry about a stigmatized drink being either girly or gay. All right. I was just talking about how stop practicing positive self-care and self-reflection as being one of the negatives of social media. There's a lot of this that we're not taught in school. For like self-care and stuff, and that there's also like the tough love thing where like people try to insult you to put hair on your chest, and instead of like saying, hey, you might feel better if you do this, or at least trying before you're a little more stern. Bro, I put a couple drops of orange bitters in my vodka and found some dangerous. Let's see. For policymakers, the Surgeon General advises policymakers to take steps to strengthen protections for children interacting with all social media platforms. This advice includes developing age-appropriate health and safety regulation standards, requiring a higher standard of data privacy for children, strengthening and enforcing age minimums. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. Additional guidance to policymakers includes ensuring technology companies share data relevant to the health effects of their platforms. Supporting increased funding for future research on both the benefits and harms of social media use and other technology and digital media use for children, adolescents, and families. Yeah, we let's face it, like I've said before, social media often tends to be a cesspool of bullshit that can lead you down rabbit holes that you never should have had to go through. Bringing up things in the past, and then people being shitty for no goddamn reason. People being a dick out of nowhere. And because they're on social media, they can just be in a echo chamber, and then when it comes down to actually be pressed on matters, they just call the other person an idiot. Seeking outside validation through social media seems double-edged. While it can help boost morale through like-minded groups, and finding them through SM aren't very effective. Yeah. And finding them through social media aren't very effective. Yeah, well said. I feel like a lot of the issue is everyone is behind a screen, so they feel invincible when they're not. Like, what's one of the issues? Like, if you're a woman, for example, you're gonna get a lot of fucking creeps that go after that, try to pick you up. Or if you even have a picture of a woman as your profile picture, for whatever reason, like, you'll get people trying to hit you up for some tang. It's just ridiculous, man. Why? I mean, I've had it a few times where people went to me because they were thinking I was my partner. And I'm like, what the fuck? Alright. For technological companies, the Surgeon General's advice to technology companies calls for adequately and independently assessing the impact of social media on children and adolescents, prioritizing user health and safety when designating and developing social media products and services, formalizing a strategy for investigating the requests and complaints of young people, families, educators, and others. For parents and caregivers, action items for parents and caregivers covers creating a family media plan with agreed upon expectations and establish healthy social media boundaries at home, creating tech-free zones and encourage in-person interactions, which may involve limiting use of devices around bedtime and mealtimes, prioritizing family relationships and building social bonds, modeling responsible social media behavior, as children often learn from what they see around them. I would say, like, you're not going to stop the issue of social media by limiting it. I don't think it's going to be something you can stop by limiting it. In this case, I think it's kind of like there's been some monitoring or experiments or something like this done. So you have Group A and Group B, and Group A, the kids all get to just have access to sweets and cakes and stuff whenever they want. And Group B is very strict in not having any of that in their presence. So what cakes are there or sweets are there, they're not allowed to have at the time or at super specific times. Like, it's very monitored or whatever. So then you have them switch. And what tends to happen is Group B goes to Group A, Group A goes to B. Group B is like going all over sweets and stuff, because now they can have as much of it as they want, and they go for it and they overindulge. While Group A is over there and they don't really care about it that much. And I think the same thing could be said in regards to social media. So I think, like, attacking how social media works in regards to mental health and creating a much more safe environment to where, you know, people who are supposed to moderate the site actually moderate it. Because fuck knows, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube don't do a very good job of it to begin with. I don't know much about Twitch. I've just been streaming on here. Like, there's issues that are all over the place that aren't being dealt with. And then you have people spouting opinions, which is fine for the most part. It's when they start getting belligerent and, like, they can't take criticism when it's legit, or they don't give any legit criticisms to begin with. No one wants to actually have a dialogue, they just want to be right. I think that's also an issue, and a lot of this we're not really taught about in school to begin with. Like, how to behave on stuff, and that you're not invincible just because you're behind a screen. Like, we're not even really taught self-care. We're just kind of taught, hey, you're supposed to do these things. If you don't, you're hurt. You'll get hurt or something like that. Or it comes off as more of a threat or a mandate as opposed to something that feels fulfilling to do yourself. So I definitely recommend being careful with social media in general. But I think we should make more positive social media rather than trying to limit it, because I don't think you're going to stop anything with the sense of limitation necessarily, but to understand that it doesn't need to be the most important thing that's on your mind. Because I know I certainly have an issue with trying to get validation on social media. I mean, I shit post on Facebook. I don't really give a shit about Facebook. But so, like, I tend to do more stuff that's slightly more important to me on YouTube, or not YouTube, but Twitter. And then I have this to try and just have something to interact with people actively, because I really like the experience of people joining in like this. You know, it's fun just to have something, and also I really like doing things that don't matter in the long run. So when I'm using social media, I'm trying to be super careful of, like, okay, I'm not gonna fucking, you know, jump someone's shit. Like, I am more quicker to ban someone that's being shitty than I am to try and acknowledge as much, because it's going to be more to a bigger hit to my mental health. But I'm also going to actually understand whether or not they're actually giving a criticism. It's like saying, hey, that's not right. You're going about this, like, the wrong way. Then I'll try to understand what they're saying, but if they start getting belligerent or just saying, oh, you're a fucking piece of shit, dumbass, which luckily I haven't had to deal with. Like, I've talked with or I haven't talked with them, but I've heard stories of other people that I've associated with, and they're like, yeah, we have that shit all the time, where, like, someone's being a fucking little shit for no good reason. I would really like to push, don't fall prey to validation. I want to push, like, more of the positives for social media, and to make that, like, more of the zeitgeist, but I don't know how you would go about that. Like, I once argued with a family member. I've been banned, and I've been banned bigots ever since. And I've been banning. Yeah. Well, it's like, and, like, you know, women and been banning. Gotcha. That's what I figured. And I'm sure that, so for, like, women and LGBTQIA+, they get it pretty damn hard because they're pushed down in the zeitgeist. Like, you go on Facebook and see how many fucking older people are like, all this gay stuff being shoved in my face. No. That's not how algorithms work, sir. Or, like, who was it? Fucking Matt Walsh was complaining that he was being advertised with gay porn. And the whole issue is like, dude, if you get gay porn being advertised to you, you've been watching gay porn. That's how targeted ads work. That's on you. That is on your search history. So, are you gonna out yourself like that, or are you just gonna admit, okay, I looked for a thing for a reason, at the very least, you know, that kind of shit. people not understanding how the internet actually works, and ending up worse for it. And then you have the whole thing where it's like that seems to be someone's identity all over. Bro, my algorithms have been influenced just by people talking around my phone. Yes, that's also another thing. So like I've been there's a time where I went to someone's phone and I just said bad dragon dillos, bad dragon dillos, bad dragon dillos over and over again to see if I could get them. And it was an iPhone, so might be more likely, but I think it'd be hilarious if I could just start gearing, because yeah, the phones are definitely listening. We know that for sure. Like, people have already found that to be the case. I mean, I'm sure my phone's listening, but there's not much oh dear lord, you savage. Hey, hey, hey. I'm sorry, it's a very they have a very catchy theme song, and when it's, you know, people who are very bigoted, am I really that worried about it? Not really. That, and also it's another commentary on like phones preying on you and people being preyed upon on their data, which is also an issue. Like, that's probably one of the bigger issues for social media, is not selling your data. Oh man, are people who have to push so seeking whatever? Yeah, I probably need to do less validation seeking. I don't get much as it is anyway, but it's like, it's whatever. But also, I think I have a lot of people on there that just aren't there that much to begin with. That, and I don't really do anything significant on most of my social media. I did a bunch of reviews, like single post reviews on video games on my Twitter. That was kind of fun. And I need to do trying to figure out shorts. And I'm thinking about downloading TikTok just so I can make shorts and then upload them to YouTube and not actually use TikTok to post videos. Or I might, I don't know. Just so I can use the editor. Be easier. Of course, if I actually buy this editor I'm looking for, of course it'll be a subscription base, and I don't like that. It'd be lame. I don't want to do subscription-based shit. My brother in Christ, I beg you to listen to your outro if you need validation. You do matter, you are enough. I appreciate that. Well, I mean, that it is a reminder every time. I mean, that's like the namesake of my channel. And have you seen the video where I found out that that's what I wanted to do? If you haven't, I can throw the link in. Can't remember how long it is. And it can also be there for anyone else. Just because, like, it... And one day I need to revamp it. Algorithms. Oh. Playlists. Was it discussion? I don't have that many playlists, Jesus. Throw that link, brother. Yeah, so where to go? Shameless advertising, YouTube research, monologue, and discussion. Yeah, here we go. Get shareable link. There we go. That should be it. Let me click on it to make sure. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, if you get curious and you want to throw it in it, there's a link there. I'll try to remember if it gets on YouTube to throw the link on there as well. But that's the video where I decided I was going to do the you have potential thing. and that's what became super important to me. And that's also another thing where I want to try and promote good social media use to begin with, and that people are understanding of other people. Because let's face it, like, social media, Twitter's a cesspool for bullshit. Like, you have generally 140 characters, and yes, I'm going to keep calling it that. You have like 140 characters where, yeah, you don't have anything, but you don't really have anything that's particularly useful, and you have people yelling at you about it, and it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, screw that mess. I'm not trying to get into that. And one of the weirdest things with social media is it's so broad and diverse, but everyone's in bubbles. What the fuck is with everyone in goddamn bubbles? I can't believe that everyone likes to sit there in their own bubbles like that. And I try to expand and understand shit, but it's like, you know what ideas you don't want to listen to, right? So I'm trying to, I've also been thinking about, like, am I too much in an echo chamber myself? I've been questioning myself about that, and I hope I'm not. I hope that I feel like I've become open-minded enough to understand things, but also closed in enough to realize, no, that's stupid. Give people the rights. Like, you should give people all the rights and only take away rights when there's a good reason to. Like, oh, everyone's allowed to kill, and you're like, oh, shit, you know what? Someone killed and it was a bad thing? You know what? We'll even change the definition in that case. Call it murder, and it'll be definitively bad. So if you murder and there's not good reason for it, if there is good reason for it, then maybe there can be some gray area, like defending your homestead or whatever. But no. People want to take away rights that have nothing to do with them. I don't know, it's ridiculous. Or people want to be a dick for no good reason, just because they don't agree with your opinion. Which has nothing to do with even being right or wrong. Oh, fucking people. See, this is... And like, there's always social pressures, too. Hey, you leave the bubble alone. Bubbles are okay. Okay, this is one space. I give everyone an arm length of space. That includes online. I haven't really thought about it that way. I'm just talking about, like, you get to a point where living in a bubble, you don't see things as they are. Because, like, when you're in an echo chamber, to a point, it becomes a fault where you don't hear anything else except what validates what you already know. And I feel like that can often be an issue. So it's like, oh, I've lived like this my whole life, and this is what's been right for me, and you don't understand enough about anything around you because you've never stepped outside to figure out, like, say, a second perspective. Like, it'd be a point, like, to when it's unhealthy. There's one part where it's like, okay, this is your safety zone. There's the other part where you're closing off from everyone else. And that's where I'd be worried. Because that's the extent I'm talking about, is when that becomes an issue and you're pushing away from everyone else. Or information that could otherwise benefit you. I feel like it's often associated with the fear of the unknown. Of like, oh, I don't know what's going to go on, so I'm going to just stay here. It's like when someone becomes a recluse because of a traumatizing event, and it takes a lot to bring them out to a point where they can start having healthy relationships and living a life again, instead of just holding up in one's own home, or in this case, mind. Which is also another thing that also helps in social media, is it's easier to get outside of a bubble without taking the step, I guess. Like, you don't have to actually take a step. You can just test waters as anything else. Oh, brother, yes, I'm currently getting out of the chamber. I've been open to unknowns. I just learned to navigate life better. Yeah, exactly. And of course, like anything else, it's easier said than done. Like, we don't know what the fuck's going on, necessarily. We're just trying to live our life and not, you know, not fucking live it. So if I had to say I had like a the way I live my life. I live my life going in the direction that I believe leads me to the most happiness without impeding on others unless absolutely necessary. And sometimes I can be wrong, and that's okay. So, like, you probably run into the issue where it's like, you question yourself because of something that happens, and you're like, well, is this really okay to do? Well, maybe go for it. Maybe if there's pros and cons, maybe there's a chance for going for it. You know, there's also the idea of minimizing risk and maximizing what you can get out of it. I don't believe in a ultimate meaning of life. I think we create our own meanings, our own reasons. I don't think there's any reason to worry about what the ultimate reason is when we are just here to begin with, and we have no reason to... I don't think we have a reason to believe there's anything beyond what reasons we can create for ourselves. But I think that the fact that we're alive to begin with is infinitely valuable in and of itself. We know we're here, or we know that we are experiencing a life, and we should try and use that as best we can, and not to focus too much on like the whole social media validation thing, and be healthy in that. Like I said, I definitely suffer from that, breaking out and creating a healthy environment for oneself. So, I think that's a pretty solid what to talk about. We are same lifestyle, bud. I caution on utilizing other people unless it's beneficial to both parties involved. Yeah, just being a decent... Yeah, whatever happened to being a decent person in general. In some cases. And like, there's also the part where it's like, you can offer like, hey, I'll help you out, even if I don't benefit from it. Which is also often something that's perfectly valid. I do feel like there's always an issue with people trying to do basically a quid pro quo or whatever. They're trying to get something every time they help someone. It's like, it doesn't always have to be that way. But like, if I'm asking someone for help and I'm in the position where I don't have to go without giving them something, I can help them out too, then I try to do that. You know, it's like, okay, someone helped me move my couch into the living room. You know, how about I feed them? You know, feed them, give them something to drink, let them hang out, let them sit in the couch for a little bit. They help move it, but in it. You know, just being a decent person. I think most of us generally try to blank slate everyone we meet, saying like, okay, let's give everyone the benefit of the doubt when we first meet them. Let's see. Alright. Oh look, validation. Like 2 posts. This is definitely something that... Yeah, so Twitter, I'm still calling it Twitter, don't care. Why is there a lock right there? Whatever. Let's go to my profile. So, like most of my social media to begin with is already used mostly to advertise myself and people I know, to try and get their videos out there or their art and stuff. You know, just whatever it be. And it makes it to where, for me, it simplifies a lot of things and a lot of reach. But I think it's really interesting. So, like, you know how people are seeking validation and they try to do, say, follow for follow, which is incredibly horrible. Follow for follow follow for follow does not work because it gives you inorganic views or inorganic subscriptions that are empty and don't mean anything because those people probably aren't going to watch. And watch time's where it's at on most stuff. Watch time and engagement, like how long someone is engaging with a given thing. But I think when it comes to social media and shit, it's really important to make sure why you're doing it. I would agree with that. And then having a lifestyle that is comparable to reality and ends up the understanding of what's best for benefit, not just for oneself, but for the people around them. And sometimes it is just okay to be a little selfish. You can just have a thing for yourself. I also feel like there's a lot of misunderstanding that goes on, especially because of the way we treat social media, and we treat that the same way in other life. I'm certainly not going to try and mandate any shit like that. Oh, you said this to me on social media. How dare you? I'm going to come to your residence and beat you up. That is such a weird thing for anyone. Like, we grew up years ago where this just wasn't a thing. I never even had a MySpace. I could make one still. Actually, real quick, I've got curiosity now. MySpace is still a thing, right? Because they revamped it a couple of years ago. MySpace? Yeah, MySpace is still a thing. Users. User count. Here we go. Alright, according to research from SimilarWeb, MySpace has 6.9 million visits in June 2022. The rise and fall of MySpace, so it looks like it hit a solid peak. These are key milestones in millions, so 115 million in 2008. And it's been declining ever since, for the most part, or else Facebook fucking took over in 2009. And what is the numbers today? Well, probably last year. MySpace is still active today. The site's private policy has been revised. 2013. Yeah, I could do that. How long did it take MySpace to reach 10 million users? 3 years. Which actually is kind of impressive. User count. Can we get 2023? MySpace had 7 million users on its website in 2019. Let's see how many users it has, just out of curiosity. I know I'm going on a tangent, but I mean, that's kind of the namesake of the show. For shits and giggles. Alright, What are the numbers of people using MySpace in 2013? Alright, percentage of users, less often, never, times a week. So you have... Is that going to be the most accurate we got right now? That might be the most accurate. About 7 million. I mean, still seems like it's solid enough. And if it gets to a point, I wonder if MySpace would ever come back and overtake Facebook once people are like, you know what, fuck this shit. I don't want this shit. Mm-hmm. Alright. I look at life like this. Treat it like substances. Either you learn to live with it, or learn that you have absolutely no control and switch lanes that benefits oneself. Buy the ticket, take the trip, and put it simple to put it simply. And understand that whatever happens, there will be joyous times and plenty of consequences and lessons. Learn from the bad times and enjoy the little moments. I'm waiting on MySpace to take back over. Do you think it will? Hold on. Because, like, it's still comparable. There were still plenty of people with it. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever watched Glory Days with Ben Affleck, but I really liked the phrase "angst for the memories." I thought that was really good. Could MySpace make a comeback? Yeah, here we go. So if back, massive growth in numbers and new persona, and we could help. And wait for MySpace to take back over. I would be very interested in seeing how that would work out. Well, let's all start making a bunch of MySpace pages and seeing where it goes. Seeing if we can fuck over Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg fucking rowing the boat. Yeah. Officially, however, MySpace is far from dead. If you go to MySpace, you'll see there's still much. I remember there was ads for it. Like, it was fucking still pushing out. Like, it's still got the numbers. Like, it's still got millions. It's still got millions of numbers. So it's like, it's definitely something worthwhile at this point. When was this? CBS Newsman makes a comeback. This was cited in 2015. Facebook was super heavy. Though you might think it spelled the end of MySpace. Social media pioneer never went away, just faded into the background. Now it's bringing life back for itself. Da, 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 da. Yeah. So I never used MySpace really. I never really used MySpace. Featured content on MySpace. So if you were to go into MySpace and look at things, what is this like? You got featured music, videos, people. So at least with the way this looks, it looks like it's like anything else. MySpace exclusives. Bob Dylan announced his first in 18 years. I didn't know we were. Oh, it's songwriting. Isn't that makes sense? I liked MySpace for a little bit. I did for the little bit I did navigate. Yeah, I never made it. I saw people go on it when I was at their house and stuff. Connect with people like musicians. I don't know who the fuck you are. Bring Me the Horizon. Evanescence, Tenacious D, Dorothy, Apocalypta, Ava Under Fire, Mothica, The Dead Deads. Yeah, I mean, can I see help site info? Port of use, MySpace 2014 LLC, so they have revised recently enough. So if I go all the way down, Q, just start typing music. No, I don't want that. Welcome to MySpace. Just start typing to find me. Oh, okay, that's a whole bar for it. The page designs were amazing. I do remember you could like put on like background music and stuff, like as you were on there, so you put up your music and shit. And like it was super customizable, far more customizable than what Facebook is in comparison. MySpace launched more underground musicians than SoundCloud made rappers. Really? That's interesting. So if you want like obscure new music, you could probably go to MySpace now. Or in theory, anyway. Huh. Yeah, I guess you probably could. Hopes made the first album on MySpace. Huh. I'll have to keep that in mind as a potential feasible option. Alright. I don't think I got much else to say about other social media validation stuff. Anything I can Actually, just out of curiosity, how about just if I type in social media in general platforms, can I get like a whole listing of social media platforms that people... Actually, I like more than this. I want a huge list. So there's Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, Qzone, Pinterest, Quora. I never saw Pinterest as like feasible. Tumblr, YouTube, WhatsApp, TikTok, WeChat, Snapchat, Kaishu, Kueshu, Weibo, Weibo, QQ, LinkedIn, Twitch, Discord, Reddit. Discord I like. I do like Discord a lot. Don't use TikTok. Alright. I do remember I did try a few other sites for a while. But, I just couldn't really fucking do much about it. Like, for one thing, they died super fast. It was insane. Scholarly articles for social media. Can we get a... How many... social media platforms are there? Total 14 social media platforms now report at least 500 million. I'm not worried about how that. I want, like, a listing. Social media. Platform listings. And it says a few more. Google fucking Plus. I was on that for a little bit. Holy shit. Alright, so Google Plus was definitely an interesting one. I don't know if you ever used it. It was basically Facebook, but terrible. And Facebook's already terrible. However the hell that works. Top 50 social media. Now, a lot of these social media probably ain't gonna be for us, for most of us anyway. Alright, so you got Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Threads, Telegram, MySpace, Reddit, Tumblr, Mastodon, Nextdoor. I think I remember ads for that. Twitch, WeChat, Line, Blogger. Is that? I don't remember. Discord, Yelp, Medium, Dribble, Vine, TikTok, Tagged, Meetup, Kicked, High Five. I think I remember High Five being advertised. But do I remember Ning, Kiwibox? I think I've seen a couple of those. Flickster, Little Red Book, Zhao Hongshu. Okay. Meet Me, LiveJournal. I've heard of that. Flickr, I've heard of that. Baidu Teiba. Heard of that? I don't know anything about it. Vine? Did I say it? Yeah, Vine. Yeah, I remember. I think Vine is still a thing. It just never... It got overtaken. Blue Sky, I'm familiar with that. 9gag, Rupso, Likey, Yoshibo, Zing, Meitun Dan Ping, Quora, Rutube, YukoTube, To-Do, Ruban, Ren, Billy, and Zuhu. Yeah, fucking Vine. Oh, well. Wait. When was this 50 social media? When was this taken? Yeah, so okay, so these are the top 50 in 2024. Okay. It's top 50 plus. All right. In no particular order. Okay. I thought they would at least put it in fucking order. Let's see what Vine... 40 million. You still have 40 million users. or usage in numbers, monthly active users. Facebook, you got 3.17 billion, 2.7. Yeah. No, I'm not helping, am I? Let's go all the way down, see the line. Wait, where's Vine? Vine. Wait, it was further down. There we go, Vine. Yeah, still a thing. And you want to know something? Between that... Oh, one I didn't see was Neighbor. It's one I was recently shown that's more of a local social platform. Oh, okay, so it's like more closer niche based on your area, I guess. I do know that God, 9gag. I remember Vine. I never got on it, but from what a lot of people told me is that realistically Vine was a better version of what TikTok is, but TikTok gave you the ability to not only edit everything right there with short-term videos, but also post it in a way that's more comparable to the way we normally hold our phones, and that it just had the a way of like doing things, so that way it really pushed itself in algorithms, so it just shot up like crazy. And that's where it ended up getting particularly popular. God, that's insane. I don't know if it'd be worth on a lot of these, because like I'd have to get something where it's like checking on social media for me. Vine crawled so TikTok could run and flunk. Yeah, and like I hate how TikTok is for the most part, and I might not be validated in that because I might not be very fair with it, but it's like the way TikTok is like, it's kind of like early YouTube in my opinion. You know how like in early YouTube, before they made it based on watch time, you had those viral videos? Well, you don't really have viral videos the same way now. Those viral videos got like that because you get someone who starts spreading it around in the right place. Every view is what pushes it up, and then that pushes it even further, and it becomes this huge explosion of views for a terrible video in many cases. But I can't deny that the way it worked wasn't like really interesting. Like, and of course that came back to where it's like everyone was searching to try and make that one viral video. Oh, you just need that viral video, and then boom, you're taken care of for so long. And now it's not really feasible the same way. Like, it is... You might not know ever what can actually do that for you now. Like, how do you know you're going to blow up? You don't. It'll be super specific weird shit that you never would have thought of almost every time. Like, and if you want to know about that, just look at memes. I mean, I went ahead and I had to find out, like, it was less than a week ago, the Hawk girl. I just started seeing memes about, like, wow, this is my feed now, and it's just nothing but that girl. And I'm like, this is the first time I'm looking at it. What the hell is that? So I had to have someone explain it to me, and it just goes so fast. It was less than a week ago at the time. It was days. I was like, really? That's what blew up? But no, this video where someone's like being like something sensible and something like meaningful, that doesn't blow up. Of course not. Look, because good things make us feel good, so we're less worried about it. It doesn't necessarily make us laugh. And it's not controversial, so there you go. Never launched it. Ceased operations in 2019. Oh. You still have Hangouts. You still have Google Hangouts. If that's worth anything to you. Which I stopped using. Google Plus was kind of neat. But it was very different from the way Facebook engaged. You know, it was probably like Twitter. and it was trying to encapsulate everything else at the time, I think. But I just don't think it was going to ever work out with the way it was set up. Everyone already uses Google for a whole bunch of other things. They didn't care about that. Let's see. Hangouts was pretty cool. Like Skype meets Facebook. Yeah. I never used it to its full potential, but I did get into a few calls and stuff. And you can still use Hangouts, like if it's feasible. I haven't used it in a while. I tried to talk with some people I used to figure out. I used to talk to a few people, but I since lost contact with them. They just kind of went dark and never talked to them again. You know, it's because that was like where a lot of people did a bunch of role playing, so I got adopted, kinda. You know, a whole adopted online family type thing. You know, it's sort of like how, you know, extroverts tend to adopt introverts, and that's how they get how introverts get friends. It just kind of happens like that. Social media with good mental health. So, I was trying to see if there's like anything more understanding of like, oh, this is a site that's actually really good for your mental health with the way it's set up. But yeah. And just curious, I'm just curious. Let's just say time wasn't an issue. But if I was like in the middle of the day and I decide, hey, I want to edit videos, and I just do it on stream, do you think that'd be feasible? You know, just let people check it out, or do you think that's something I'd probably be best keeping in offline? Because I used to do editing and stuff a lot on videos. A couple times when I was streaming on YouTube. But Twitch has a much better interface for streaming, so that's part of why I'm here. I'm also not sure how to treat Facebook in that regard. I should be more active on my actual page than I am my profile. I've done all kinds of things where it's like, nah. Social media with good mental health. Follow hashtags of topics, places, things, activities, nutrition, art, music, or other things that motivate and ground you. Why is that so simplistic, but something we should all do? Why is social media good for depression? Social ties online communities considering them affected depression symptoms are an important source of companionship. Yeah. What is the worst social media for mental health? Instagram. Instagram is the first thing up there. Has the biggest negative impact on mental health of any social media platform. Holy shit. Which social media platform is worse for mental health? Yeah, Instagram all across the board is consistently linked to poor mental health outcomes and biggest negative impact on mental health on any social media platform. God damn. Okay, so Instagram and Snapchat. Instagram worse. TikTok worsens teens' mental health. Use Instagram as more person. Oh yeah, so apparently fuck Instagram. Jesus, why? What? Instagram. All right, so let's jump on Instagram real quick. This page isn't working. The problem is the site owner. What? From Meta. So we technically all have an account if we have a Facebook, right? That's the case. So give me an about here. Learn me some Insta. Because for me, I haven't given it anything in that regard. I've never used it. I remember I used to be able to jump on whenever, like, without being tied to Facebook. But I don't know, man. Well, what's the thoughts on Instagram? That's just basically all advertising for itself. So there's Instagram. Start connecting on Instagram. So this is different. Problem continues. Contact the site owner. This is different than this one. Is a photo and video sharing platform now owned by Meta Platforms. Huh. Alright, well, there's that. I'm trying to run it into the next topic. Alright, yeah. Be wary of your social media. Make good choices. Try to do things as healthy as possible. Remember, there's more out there. Don't forget to touch grass. I have to mow mine every 2 weeks at least now. Alright. I have no more coffee. Damn it! Yeah, fucking Sonic in my ear with his horns. Alright. Insta started off decent with a POV style social platform. Now it's just paired with Facebook. I tend to plant, sir. Alright. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. Shut up, Sonic. Alright, so I'm gonna take a break. After which, Caltuna and I, were playing Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, and we beat it. So, we want to talk about post-game thoughts about that, and, we'll do that after the break. Caltuna I'm hoping will join me. And, yeah, don't forget, there's probably going to be spoilers. So I hope that's not an issue. And I hope it's especially not an issue by the time this comes out on YouTube, which will be like a year. And big kitties, see you back soon, buddy. So thank you for watching thus far. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, get something to drink, pet a cat, pet a dog, do whatever it is you normally do when you're taking a break. This is the intermission. I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. All right. Go ahead and talk and...
Hi, everyone.
All right, yeah, it's fine.
Wait.
Put it up just a tad. There we go. Take it down just a little bit more. All right. Okay. So hello, Caltuna. How are you doing?
Just got done listening to an ARG. Trying to deal with all the cats. You know how it is.
Gotcha. So, a while back we beat a game.
Yes, we did.
And, figured I would have you on to talk about it with me. Because, we played together, and we played many, many hours. Many hours more than I thought we would. And I blame you for that. Let me make sure the chat's working.
I'm a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to video games and, like, side missions and stuff.
It had nothing to do with perfection.
Okay, listen, you got a lot of cool stuff. Shush.
You're not wrong, but god damn it. There was so much we did that I was like, do we have to?
Yes?
We're talking about Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda 2, Breath of the Wild 2, Tears of the Kingdom, basically.
Okay, you shush now. You loved your snow globe.
It was adorable, but god damn it was it a lot. Okay,
We sat there fawning over that snow globe for like 10 minutes because it was so cute. Don't give me that. It was a lot of work, my butt. You were like, it's so cute. I want one for the house.
yeah, it is adorable. I will fully admit, I wish it was more accessible though. I feel like there was still some missed opportunities. But like, yeah, so we were basically already at the end of the game. And we had so many side quests. And like, don't get me wrong, I like side quests. Side quests are where the real story is, my dude. Oh yeah, that's completely true. There was so much happening in the background that the foreground can wait. Like, there's so many people to help, so many things to do, so many things to find. It's insane. So, I remember I started Tears of the Kingdom by myself for the most part. But after a while, we were just playing together.
Yeah.
And I wasn't that far in to begin with. I was just finding shit to do.
Yeah.
And I would describe, if you felt like Breath of the Wild was barren in comparison, and like there wasn't as much to do in the world, this more than makes up for that.
Uh-huh.
There was plenty to do. Like, Jesus Christ, there's so much to do. And we didn't do everything, by the way. It's not like we did a
Yeah.
completionist.
That was one of the things that actually was a side mission or side quest, whatever you want to call it. That was something that we ended up not doing. The very last side quest was finding everything in game and like registering it or whatever.
And that wasn't like a labeled side quest either. That was like a you have a compendium full of what, like 600 different items that you can take pictures of.
And essentially, once you took all the pictures, then it would tell you it was a quest and that you got done with it and what have you. And it was like,
no, it would just come up as completed.
It's like, no.
That's a lot to do that I haven't been keeping up with. I was like, I'm not doing that.
Like, no, we're not doing that. We're not going to all these places that we've already been, taking photos just so we can, finish the very last thing.
Well, and some of them are hard to deal with.
Yeah.
But, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful, amazing game. I would recommend it to everyone that can get their hands on it to play it.
At the end of it, when we were done with the, if you will, final quest, you were just like, Ganon. I gotta fight Ganon. And it was like, okay. Alright, this is what we're doing. And you got down there, and you had the time of your life.
Well, okay, so, like, well, let's start with the beginning, with the way it starts out. Like, so, at the beginning, it lets you get a taste of the end of Breath of the Wild, where you have everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're walking around, you've got full fucking hearts, and you go down, and you're like, something's got to happen to take you down a notch.
Yep.
Well, you get down to the bottom, and then you awaken the big bad once again as the big bad. And it kind of retcons some shit from Breath of the Wild, I think. Like, not everything's the same. Like, this is like, if you want Breath of the Wild, it's like Breath of the Wild Definitive.
Okay, I get what you're saying now.
Yeah. Like, there's some things that, like, all the shrines from Breath of the Wild aren't there. And now it's these shrines. And it's like, there's no explanation of that. Because it takes place immediately after, for the most part. Well, so you do that, you have the world, and then you realize, oh, there's a bunch of floating islands. Well, if they had a way to preface this, they probably would have had those islands up in the air, and you never would have known without manipulating the game.
Yeah.
Because Breath of the Wild did not have the same stuff for you to manipulate.
No.
So you had to be a lot more clever, I think. Whereas Tears of the Kingdom is, it's basically cheating the game in large, because it gives you this incredible access to tools in which you can build build things and put things together so you can just fly wherever you want, for the most part, within the length of your battery.
Building weapons.
Yeah, building weapons. You can craft weapons to make them a little stronger, or to give them attributes.
Some people made movable buildings with rockets and stuff. That was impressive.
They made a friggin' Metal Gear. They made Metal Gear Rex.
Yes, they did.
That was insane. There's a friggin' TIE fighter right here that someone made.
Yeah. I'm just gonna bring this up before Dren keeps going. So, I was with him at this part, so I saw the briefest of glimpses at the beginning of the game. I know how it starts and everything, and then I kind of lost track for a little bit, but not for long. I know essentially what goes on in the game and everything. But this was Dren's first moments playing the game. He finds out that everything's been taken from him and all that. He just jumped down from the sky. He's Lincoln. He doesn't have any clothes or anything. He finds a stick. What are the little goblin things called again, D?
Moblins?
Moblins. You found a regular moblin. Dren found a moblin. And he literally went, I think I can handle this. He runs up, tries to kill the moblin with a stick, takes 2 shots and dies.
Yeah.
And then we sat there in silence for like 5 seconds looking at the game over screen, and all of a sudden Dren goes, I don't think I got this. It's like, okay, well, what now?
Well, okay, so like in the first game, so you have like weapon durability and weapon strength and everything.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, it's just a moblin, like the basic enemy. Well, I could not do enough damage, and I had only 3 fucking. Well, I think I had 4 or 5 at the time, because when I jumped down, that's where the moblins were at.
Yeah.
And I think I'd already gotten at least 1 heart, so I think I had at least 4. So I jumped down and I'm there, and I go like, okay, I should be able to beat this guy, and take his weapon because he had a slightly better weapon and a shield. Nope, fuck no. I'm not used to these controls anymore, so I get my ass fucking whooped.
It was a beautiful moment in Dren Hatamata history, and I am so glad I was there for it.
See, here's the bad thing is if I get my dream set up and I hook this up to play it on stream, it's probably gonna happen again because I'm gonna forget about it. I'm gonna forget, like, I'm not powerful anymore. I'm just gonna get wrecked again.
I'm not gonna forget, and I'm probably gonna laugh.
Yeah, I mean it's insane. I do wish they kept some of the ancient guardians from the first game. I wish they had some of that architecture still there. I wish they had kept some of that in there, so that way you could, like, okay, they're not just disappeared, and they reused all the core towers for your the map or whatever. And to me, I think the story is a lot better and well placed, and not all of it is necessary for you to do, but every bit of it helps, like, understand the story. But the people around you that you're helping, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to do almost all the side quests, was like, let's find out what all these people are up to, what they're doing, what their roles are. And that actually gave into a lot of the lore of the areas.
Yeah. Especially if you get to the part where you have to help the stable hands.
Yeah.
With their art or whatever, because not enough people are coming into the stables, and you have to sit there and essentially find a kind of like an area or a thing they like, and you had to take a photo of it so they can essentially sketch it and put it on their wall.
Yeah, like even if it didn't add to, like, the story, it was a whole. Most of the side quests had tons of world building, if nothing else. Like the majority of people you got to interact with felt fleshed out. Not all of them, most of them. And you can go around and, oh, look at that interactive ass map. Wow, I wanted that one. Anyway, jealousy aside, Um, I remember when playing with this, I just remember when I started building stuff, like, in length. Because, like, I very seldom built stuff. I was trying a lot more to manipulate other things. And, I finally got to the point where I finally made the bike. And it was the hover bike. Where it can just take you everywhere. And once you just get to a point, you can almost fly across the map entirely. There's a lot of changes made. So you start out in Hyrule Field. Just get the map real quick. Okay. So yeah, you start out. No, just give me the fucking map. Jesus Christ. Okay, so you start out right here, right in the middle of the entire map. The place you started at in the first game is down here.
That's me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can tell. It's showing up.
Sorry.
So what was it? It is, yeah, here's the Great Plateau.
Yep.
That's where we started in Breath of the Wild. And the layout, I think, is actually a little different. I could be wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong. The Great Plateau was less impressive overall. I did like that it was taken over by can't think of the name. The
Are you talking about Pura?
No, the bad guys, the bad ninjas.
Oh.
Yiga clan. There we go.
Mr. I eat bananas. I'm gonna make everyone else eat a banana.
Yeah. It was the Yiga clan. So the Yiga clan basically took over the entire plateau, which is where the that's where the whole the Temple of Time. That's where that is. So that was incredibly interesting.
Indeed.
To go there and find out, and then of course they have a bunch of Easter eggs for all the games that I thought were just there for like mods and amiibos. No, all that shit, almost all of it that I saw, we acquired in game. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah.
And it was a lot of fun. So this is a massive world, like incredibly massive, and we combed through almost every inch of it, try to fix it, and then partway through the game, you find out there's a whole underground world to explore.
You have to go down there and essentially light it up.
Oh yeah, depths. Yeah, so we didn't know the depths were a thing. So we go down there and we're like, what the fuck? It's all dark. We're like somewhere in here.
Mm-hmm.
Where we fall down.
Yeah.
And
I saw that.
And we're like, okay, this is the thing now. And then we realize, oh, that's not just a grotto like it was in other Zelda games. No, this is an entire map. Which blows our mind because now we just increased. They increased the Zelda map by 3. Yeah, we now have the depths, the sky, and the surface.
Yeah.
And we still haven't beaten Breath of the Wild, by the way.
We need to go back to that, but damn, if some of the shit in the sky was not hard.
Oh yeah, some of the sky stuff. So I didn't utilize powers as best I could, so I really had to. I kept forgetting things, but like you have a lot of things you can do here. I get in without the blur, please. Whatever. So you have like all these little shrines and shit everywhere, like just tons of them. I get a better version or something. So you have the sky, which is everything's a little more mythical there. You have the ground, which I guess, without even being a joke, keeps you more grounded. We actually had to use a map like one of these in order to keep up with where the hell we were going, because we went back to do some quests that weren't labeled. So, you know, damn it, what's his name? Sign guy.
I know who you're talking about.
Damn it, what's his name?
He was always holding up Hudson, or whatever.
Yeah. Fuck. Hold on. This is a crime. He needs to be known.
I believe his name started with an A, but I can't be sure.
Uh,
But do we want to talk about how we tried to take one of the skeleton horses to one of the stables? Is his name Addison?
Addison, yes. Yes, Addison. He's a fucking trooper, man.
Yeah, he is.
We found every friggin' sign. Every single sign.
Well, I mean, yeah.
And helped him out, and we got the prize at the end. Oh my god. Now, keep in mind, there's nothing that helps you know where he's at. You just have to, you're supposed to just travel and find them all. And there's like 82 of them.
It took us, 2.5 days to find the rest of his signs. Not all of them, just the rest of the ones we had missed just traveling.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
2.5 days, people.
Yeah, that was insane. And like, realistically, the payoff wasn't that much, but like, it felt really good.
Yeah, because now he doesn't have to hold any of my signs.
You got to retire.
But yeah, do you want to tell them about the skeleton horse incident?
Which one?
You don't remember taking the skeleton horse to the stable and the guy is like, I'm sorry?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Like, okay, so...
Asshole.
Yeah, so we get a skeleton horse, and like, for one thing, this is before we know that, oh, they'll die in the sun. Like, necessarily. And so, I'm like, oh, I want to register a skeleton horse. Hell yeah. We go to the stable. You can't register him.
No, the guy is actually very rude about it, too. He's like, we register horses, not nightmares. Please get it away from here. You're scaring off my customers and stuff. And it's like...
Fuck you.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we love our skeleton horse. Fuck you.
We also tried to register a bear, but he said no bears.
Yeah, no bears.
And I was like, well, damn.
If it's not a horse, you can't register it, even though a skeleton horse is still a horse.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Bears and skeleton horses are horses too.
But he would register the flippin' god horse.
Because it was a horse.
Again, a skeleton horse is a horse.
Right?
I will ride him until, he dies in the sun or something. Which I'd do my best not to let that happen.
Yeah. But man, yeah, this threw us for a lot of loops. I really loved a lot of the level design, even if it was confusing as shit. I was kind of hoping there'd be more to certain missions and characters. Like, I thought Hudson would have more for, like, construction. I thought there'd be more to repair, but no. He had plenty of other sons to do stuff. So it was kind of sad that he played less of a role at the time, besides the part with their Gerudo daughter.
Which, that's heartbreaking, so.
It is. It's very sad. But yeah, like, post-game thoughts, I'd probably play it again in the future, easy enough.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a question for me. Addison.
Like, what was
his wife.
what was your favorite side quest?
Oh god, there's a few. I'm not gonna lie on that. To start off, one of my favorites that I remember just offhand is the one where the guy you're in the Zora village,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the older fish he realizes he's getting older, and he saw as a child the statue. What's her name? Mina. He saw the statue of the fish girl lit up in the moonlight.
Oh,
And he
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Fuck.
and he wanted to see that one last time before he passes. And it's your job to get a picture of it.
Yeah.
That one's one of my favorites because it's on his bucket list. He is older, he is dying essentially, and he's asking you, please just do this. I want to see it before I go.
Yeah.
And then and this one's a group, but when you go to each area and they want to make you their specialty weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to find the things for the weapons. Like, even if the weapons aren't powerful enough for you to use, it's still really cool. Like,
Yeah.
these are the prideful weapons of each area. Like, that's an honor.
Oh, yeah. So... I'm trying to think of mine that I really liked. Because there's just a lot of friggin' side quests.
They are. They are.
You know, I guess I really liked the ones where we had to go and find those 12 they weren't shrines, they were the ones with the writing.
Oh, and you
Yeah.
had you had to translate them or something, yeah?
Or we had to take them to a translator.
And because I did so well in English, I translated them before we got to the guy, and literally about 80% of my translations were actually on spot. So it made me go, maybe I should have gotten a job as a translator for some shit. That would have worked out well.
I mean, maybe. Fucking...
Well, given the fact that I've always had one of the highest grades in languages and reading, I mean,
Yeah, I mean... Mifa, that's what her name was.
Mifa.
Yeah.
The statue of Mifa.
Yeah. On Mifa's court. So... Can we talk about... So Zelda goes back in the past somehow.
Yeah, she gets sucked back into the past.
Alright. And then, even though you know, it's kind of... I guess, you know, once you start thinking about it, it gets kind of weird, but... You get to learn about King Rauru and Queen Sonia.
Yeah.
So there is some weird thruple energy running through a bunch of those scenes for some reason. And that's not the only one. There's definitely thruple energy between Link, Sidon, and Yona.
I love Yona, by the way.
Yeah, Yona's pretty cool. So, what's the deal? Like, what's with all of out of nowhere, suddenly, we got a whole bunch of thruple energy in Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I'm not the only one, right? Who felt like...
I didn't feel it so much with Sonya and Zelda and all that. But with Yona and, yeah, definitely there. Because it's like, okay, look, your fiance/husband has a thing for Link.
Yeah, I mean...
And then it's kind of like a mini cult. He gets her to join in on it. And she goes, I can see why my husband likes you so much now. And it's like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, and
sorry.
People caught on.
Yeah.
People caught on. They were like, oh yeah, that's mad. Damn. I mean, fucking, we've seen plenty of art.
Don't remind me. Please.
I'm pretty sure the game was pushing it. I'm pretty sure that was what was meant to happen. They've been shipped so many times. Like I look at it and I'm like, I'm not crazy, right? Fucking the and like, it's not like it's the only thing there. Like, there's still other people who like fall swoon to Link. Like, Link is Vampire Hunter D almost. Like, cause there was a handful of people that were like looking at Link with them doe eyes and stuff.
People were looking at Link like how I look at Asian buffets. Like, some women were like, "Hey, Link, on any quests lately? I can tell you're sweaty. You look tired." And it's like, whoa, you need to back up.
Chill out, lady.
Go
Your
back to
thirst is too strong.
Go back to picking your herbs and stuff. Let him get through the village.
Um, what was your favorite race in the Tears of the Kingdom? Because you got the Hylian, you've got Gorons,
Yeah, I know, and that's very hard for me.
you've got the Ruto, the Zora.
Personally, it's actually a tie for me. But one of the races, though I do love them, I do not agree in with something they do. And when you hear me say the name of them, you'll know. But it's the Zora, they're not it. Mainly because I love, like, everyone else, all the other people and everything, yeah, they come in different sizes, different colors and all that. But the Zora truly come in different animals. Like, you have stingray Zora, you have shark Zora, regular fish Zora. It's incredible. And they're just a beautiful people. Where they live is beautiful. I love Yona. I love the weapons they use. They're very unique. I love it. I'm gushing. I love the Zora.
Well, it's because like the initial games, they were all basically like one thing. They were just these fish people.
Yeah, but they were still cool.
They're still cool. But I mean, like, keep in mind, like, this is what they used to look like.
Yeah.
That's what they used to look like, and now they're like all kinds of different. Like, you have the stingray ones,
Yeah.
like Princess Yona right there. You've got Sidon, who's like a shark.
Sidon is a shark. I don't. Well, actually, no. She might be Stingray. I thought I looked her up and saw that she was a different. But
Yeah, apparently it's Zoras from different domains. So they have like their own species or whatever within each other.
But there's the first one, and the second one is, and this is the one that I do kind of have a problem with, the Gerudo. I love the town of the Gerudo and everything. I love how kind they can be and everything. I do kind of find it hilarious in the first game how you have to get a female suit for Link just to enter the city. But this town is strict with the no men policy. Like, it is heartbreaking when Hudson has to say goodbye to his daughter. And I brought it up to a roommate at the time, like, how mean is it? And she went, well, that's tradition. Tradition can still be wrong, and it can still be cruel. Like, her mother gets to go see her whenever she really wants. But unless his daughter comes to see him, he may never see her again, because the town dictates it.
Well, no, once she grows up, she's able to leave.
Well, that's the thing.
It's a caveat.
Well,
it still sucks.
Oh yeah, but that's what I'm saying. She's got to grow up, and she's got to make that decision. He just sent off his 10-year-old daughter? He will miss, unless she comes to see him somehow, he will miss her teenage years. Those will be gone. And only if she decides to visit him as an adult will he ever see her again. Unless the Gerudo somehow say, okay, you can go see your dad.
I do think that at some point there comes a time where it's like, yeah, no, this is okay. Like, we should make exceptions now that we are allowing outsiders more and more. Because, like, Link is at the point where he can just walk in.
Oh, yeah.
In this game. Like, he gets in there and he's like, no. He's cool.
Yeah. And you find out through one of the side quests that it wasn't always like that. There was a hero hundreds of years ago that saved the Gerudo. Mm-hmm. There were 7 or 8 Gerudo sages.
8, I think.
Okay, so there were 8 Gerudo sages who really needed help during a battle, and this hero was a man, and he came and he saved the day essentially. And they were, of course, they're the Gerudo. They're in the desert. He really needed a place to stay, and he needed some food and water. They just went to battle and everything. But because he was a man, they told him, "We can't help you," and turned him away. They don't know what happened to this man. And you find out in the game, he may have actually died in the desert. No one knows.
Yeah.
And they have felt guilt ever since. The person that saved their lives, they turned away and possibly let him die in the desert because he was a man. That's just horrible. And you find the sage statues, and they have treasures that they were going to give to the man if they ever found him again, but they never did. So, while I do love the Gerudo, this thing against men to the point where they may have actually let one of their saviors die in the past, yeah, no, that's a bit of an issue to me. Granted, they are changing in more recent games and things like that, but it's still, like, heartbreaking.
Well, so like, okay. There's, I do think they have a dynamic shift in-game. Because, like, they don't seem to hold quite the same views as they did prior.
Well, kind of. You do find out that they are kind of teaching their younger ladies to, as they put it in-game, go hunting for a male.
Yeah, so it's still a little bit primal and archaic, right?
Like,
but I think that's just, so that seems to be their nature as it stands, but I think it seems to be changing because you still have other people that are there that are like, why are we even doing this? And I think that comes down to like the whole, okay, the youth are generally more progressive.
like
So I feel like at least in this line, the Gerudo will eventually come to a point where, although they'll be hesitant, they'll let men selectively in, and they'll be less shy about making sure that, okay, there's a guy, he's desperate, he needs some water, let's get him something to drink, and be fine.
Yeah.
Because while you're walking around, there are a handful of Gerudo out in the world that are traveling.
Yes. Like, 3 of these Gerudo are sent in a group to find boyfriends. And I'm not joking when one of them actually talks about hunting a man down and essentially killing him or tying him up and kidnapping him. The other 2 who are with her that are the same age as her have to tell her, this isn't the same thing as hunting. Like, we're trying to find a husband, not our next meal. They have to remind her constantly, this is not how you get a man.
Right? It's like, no, yeah, it's not your next, yeah.
Yeah. And it just never gets through to her because that's all she knows. And it's just like, I actually feel sorry for these girls because most of these girls, even as teenagers, have never seen a man other than their dad if they've ever had one.
They're kind of dysfunctional in that sense.
So
they don't understand enough, and they can only teach so much.
Yeah.
In their class, because sometimes the teacher might not actually have had experience.
Yeah, no, like, I even made a theory, which I talked over with Dren, about, when you go into the village, there's older Gerudo. And my theory was, these were the Gerudo who just never learned truly how to find a husband, so they're stuck here now.
Well, okay, so some Gerudo come back.
I know that, but it's not the same for all of them.
No, but we also don't know who is necessarily the case.
I always thought it was one of the, like, at least one of my theories was, there's like a really old Gerudo.
I'm sure there would be.
And in the town, and I always thought she's one of the ones who just never learned. That isn't to say that some of them are divorced or what have you, but...
Well, because, a lot, so what part of the idea is that they go out, they get a man, they get pregnant, they come back. So, like, it is a little more, like, primitive in that sense, is what I initially thought.
Yeah.
Is like, no, they go out and they get pregnant and they come back.
And if it's a girl, the girl gets to stay. If it's a boy, they send the child back to the father.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what necessarily happens.
But in more recent games, we've seen more who are actually staying married and staying out, like Addison's wife. She actually stays and helps him with his business instead of going back. But because of tradition, they have to send their daughter.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, men are husbands, not food.
Yeah, apparently. Unga bunga.
Yeah.
Look at that meat.
Speaking of,
Like that. Okay, so I have a question.
okay.
I brought up divorce just now. In the world of Zelda, how do you think that would happen?
Well, okay, so everything's fucked up already. I
Yeah.
feel like that'd be far less of a question in general, but like I have no idea how it'd be dealt with because there's not like there's that much of a legal system. I feel like there would just be separation in general, like if that had to happen. Like it's not like you have someone to legally help with assets or anything.
Okay, whichever one of us survives Ganon's wrath, good luck.
Yeah, right.
That's the divorce. The one that survives gets out.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of men and meat, should we talk about Rauru? Goat Daddy.
The one everyone has fawned
Why-
over since
why-
seeing him.
Like, I don't know. Maybe you guys should be the judge. But
I think a lot of people loved him more than the first king from the game.
Roam,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zelda's father, essentially. Because he's just, by what I've heard of Rawum, I haven't seen much, but I've been told he's an asshole. Like, he is a horrible, horrible parent. And then you have Rauru, who's kind, compassionate, smart, just wants to help people.
Yeah. Okay. So, this is another character that I really wish had a lot more foresight, because this is what he used to look like. This used to be Rauru.
Yeah, if you played the earlier games.
Yeah. To which I used to call him Ryuru before we had voices.
It's so cute.
He used to be the owl. He used to be this old man. He was the one in Ocarina of Time who stripped Link down and put on new clothes. Don't think about it too hard. And he was originally depicted as a Hylian, and then this is almost.
How do we know that they're not two different Rarus? Maybe one of them
Well,
is Raru
okay,
Jr.
hold that thought,
Junior.
because we have like 3 timelines, and I don't remember where exactly this is supposed to take place. So this timeline with initial Ocarina of Time, but Ocarina of Time is the pivotal one where it normally changes. Now I'll say this much: this Rauru is way more appealing.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I don't care how straight you are. That's all. He's awesome. Don't think about it too hard. And like, he's a badass. He's fucking powerful.
Yeah. That's him.
I mean, he's insightful. He was the first king of Hyrule. He's of the ancient people. It's like a goat people with a third eye, and then meets Sonia of the Hylians, and it's the earliest peoples that cultivated the world. This is the equivalent to the Adam Eve, I guess.
Which started in Hyrule, yeah.
I mean, quote unquote. I mean, there was already civilization, but I mean,
God. So, I'm about to date myself here a little bit. So, Rauru has an older sister. But if you see them next to each other, you think she's literally like the baby sister because of how small she is. And I had this problem the entire game. She's like half his size. But she's the older sister. And I remember thinking, wow, that's so crazy. Why is she the older sister again? And then I remembered, oh yeah, ex-family, if you will. Someone I used to call my little brother is literally double my size and everything, and I'm the older one. I can relate.
yeah. Yeah, your age doesn't really depict your height.
I know, but
I don't remember them being.
She's the older sister.
Yeah, she's the older sister, but they're about the same height.
I remember her being much smaller, but like
Pora used to be much smaller. Pora, whatever.
I remember that, but yeah, like
Yeah, and Mineru's pretty friggin' awesome too, for reasons.
Like, Mineru is. I didn't care for her at first, but as time went on and, you know, motivations become clearer and everything,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, I can relate to her character way more now.
Yeah, and she definitely grew. In this video. Whatever.
It was just. And what happens with her and everything is actually tragic in its own right, so.
Yeah, and like her spirit is the last survivor, effectively.
Of the entire thing. She essentially, like, during the battle with Ganon, she essentially watches her brother die.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm propping up my foots. But, she comes to find out Sophia has just been killed.
Sonia?
Or Sonia. Sorry, I'm always getting that name wrong. Sonia has just been killed. Zelda has seen all of this, and she watches her brother die. After this, she takes Zelda into her own study and straight up tells her, I'm dying. I'm going to be giving up my physical form so I can fight with Link and everyone 1,000 years from now.
Yeah.
So, essentially, she straight up tells Zelda, I'm dying. I'm going to be helping your hero, and I hope that this all works out.
Yeah. And speaking of Zelda, she makes her sacrifices too. So, like, every pivotal character, like, does a lot for what's going on.
Yes.
Like, you get Mineru, who sacrifices her body to put her soul into the technology she's created, because she's effectively the scientist.
Yeah.
You have Goron Yunobo, who he's young and naive, but he puts forth everything he's got to save his company, his people. You have Riju, who is trying to do what she can. Her city was taken over by Redeads, which are insanely scary, by the way. Like, compared to the other Redeads. You think Wind Waker Redeads? No, these guys are pretty scary. They're not as strong or, like, yeah, it's not what I expected. I didn't even expect the moth part. That was kind of confusing. And then you have Sidon once again, who fights beside you, and is like, who is he? He's 100% gusto at all times.
Yeah. And then, during this game, he takes on a new responsibility when his dad hands him the fucking throne out of nowhere, so.
Well, he had to pass on the throne at some point.
I know, but it wasn't expected at that point. Even Sidon was like, wait, what? Now? We're doing this now?
This doesn't really seem appropriate.
Too bad, you're king. Here you go. I'm on vacation forever. I'm retired. Anyway.
Fuck you, it's not my problem anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but their powers...
Like, I'm just gonna say it. Sidon is the sweetest, but he gave me Surfer Boy Chad vibes so hard.
he does that to a lot of people. Like, he's supposed to be like a regal, he's like the regal, oblivious guy. But he comes off a little bit as a dude, bro.
Like, the closest relationship that I could think to put towards them as close is Big Hero 6. Fred with his dad, who we find out at the end of the movie is Stan Lee. So...
What did you think about the depth?
The depths of the story, depth of side quests.
It's the place, the underground.
Oh, gee.
Like,
it was extensive. It was extensive. Oh my god.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with the depths, it's almost all dark until you go down there.
And there are enemies that will eat your lights and shit, so you've got to be careful with what you have, and that kind of sucks, so...
Well, yeah, you jump down this hole that looks like like the inside of something. You find your way down here.
I will admit, though, seeing the dragons down there was fucking cool.
Yeah.
Because you always expect dragons to be flying around in the sky and stuff, but they came down, and they were actually making that underground their bitch.
Yeah, I mean... It's fucking crazy. You have to light up the light roots, which, by the way, are comparable to the shrines above them.
Yeah.
So if you're ever looking for light roots or you're looking for shrines, just see if you've already covered the light root in its association.
Yeah, the best way to do that, at least we found, was for every shrine's name, the light root's name's going to be the exact same, but backwards. So if you have...
Well, I mean, you don't even have to worry about the name so much. You can just, if you have the light root but don't have the shrine, you can just go straight up.
Yeah, but that's how I usually remembered it. I was like, okay, we have this name shrine, but we didn't get its opposite or backwards name.
Well, yeah, we just know that, okay, that's what the shrine's going to be called. Yeah, also all the monsters down there are even scarier down there.
That was where we first found the skeleton horses, and it was after a time we finally went,
They were cute.
we can
found out we could
ride these.
them, yeah.
We can ride these. They don't hurt us.
Mm-hmm. You have the Froxes.
Those are the enemies that eat your little light bulbs, or I can't remember what they're called. They're
Light seeds.
light seeds. They were
Yeah, bright bloom seeds.
bright blooms. Yes.
Yeah, bright bloom seeds.
And they eat them by the gulpful, so you better hope to have a lot
Well,
of
I mean,
bright
they
blooms.
take time to eat them. I mean, you
Yeah,
don't really
they're
have to
kinda
worry.
slow.
You don't have to worry about that much, but that's like the importance of like getting all the light roots. You still have some dark areas. I was hoping it would like fully light it up, but it didn't. But it's not a big deal. There's a light route for you. Traversing it is really hectic. Like, you forget how small you are compared to the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's parts of it you can't get to it from where you're at. You have to go down a whole different hole
Yeah.
in order to get to it. We didn't know that at first. We thought, oh, you can just do everything from down there if you want to. No, you can't. You do have to jump
Yeah.
for certain areas.
Do you want to go ahead and show them the dragons?
Oh, the dragon. Yeah, they should know them from Breath of the Wild too.
Because the dragons are cool, but there's one special dragon that we didn't bring up. Hey, there she is.
Yeah, they ought to know. But
Yeah.
yeah, so the
Princess
dragons are really cool.
Princess Zelda. My ice baby.
Malice Nadra?
I don't know.
Oh, but well, I don't know. Unless that's talking about Ganon.
Yeah, Malice Ganon. You faced Malice Ganon.
But it says Malice Nadra.
That I don't
Did
know.
did they all have Malice forms at some point? We didn't know, or is this just concept art? Might be just concept art. Anyway, I mean,
But yeah, there's the Light Dragon, or Zelda. She's, So the sacrifice she made is each sage has like this little charm. And they were told...
oh yeah, you're talking about
Yeah,
the sage pendants.
yeah. And they were told by Mineru, under no circumstances were they to eat these charms.
Yeah, if you consume them, then you lose all who you are.
Yes.
But it's like the sacrifice for becoming immortal, effectively.
Yeah, but after the battle with Ganon and the sword, bless you. after the sword becomes truly messed up, that is one of the worst. Like, that's one of the worst cases I've ever seen the Master Sword go through. I have not seen the Master Sword more destroyed.
It normally doesn't. It's normally
It was
you have to restore power, but
I know.
It's never been broken
Not like that.
at all. It's never been broken, as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
But yeah, seeing the sword like that was just. I'm not the biggest Zelda fan, but that hurt me. It was like, no.
Yeah. It's like that's not the thing that's supposed to happen.
This doesn't happen to the Master Sword. But yeah, when Zelda somehow goes back in time, she has the sword with her. Link doesn't have it, which is why Dren died after 2 blows from a ball.
Shut up. Well, okay, so you grab it for like 2 seconds. You grab the sword for like 2 seconds. It's just sitting there as, fucked up. And then it breaks, and you're like, oh, oops.
But yeah, she has the sword. So, she talks to Mineru after they fight Ganon. They already know he's gonna come back, because Zelda's there. She lets them know. And Mineru tells her, okay, if this is the only way to get Sword back to Link, we'll do it. So, Mineru, after that, shortly dies. And Zelda goes to this altar-like area. She takes her pendant, and she eats it. Which transforms her into essentially a mindless dragon. She literally loses everything she is. So much so that when you first land on her and try to take the sword from her, she will try to shake you off because she doesn't even know who you are anymore.
I don't think she tried to shake us off.
You had to hold on. I'm glad you had the stamina you did, because
No, you had to hold on if you're pulling the sword.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, no, that wasn't for the in general though.
But really, the dragons don't try to shake you off or anything. But
No, but I mean that.
because she feels the sword there and something's pulling on it, she doesn't even know it's you. So she does try to get you off. Like, but when you get the sword, like a tiny semblance of who she is talks to you and everything. That's essentially her eye. Someone's standing on her eye, but like, it was heartbreaking to see her like that because during this phase where she's a dragon, she doesn't talk to you, she doesn't give you advice.
Yeah, she can't. She has no mind at this point.
Yeah, she's, as far as the game goes, in this moment in time, Zelda's gone. There is no Zelda anymore, there's just the light dragon.
Yeah.
With the sword stuck in its forehead.
Yeah. Leave the sword being there in order to help it get its power back and restore.
Yeah, because Zelda figured it's going to take an extremely long time for this sword to get better.
Maybe even 1,000 years.
So that's why she did what she did.
Mm-hmm.
To give the sword enough time to heal. And it works. It's just Zelda didn't go back to being normal.
Yeah.
You take the sword and she stays in the sky. She doesn't help you or anything, so...
And,
Other than having that little semblance moment where you're in her mind and you are holding the sword and you're hearing her thoughts as she transforms into the dragon, she isn't talking to Link. It's her thoughts as she goes into dragon mode.
yeah, it's basically like the last memory.
Yeah, that's it. She doesn't talk to you, she doesn't interact with you. Zelda's gone. And it's heartbreaking.
It's also her tears that you're finding for the dragon tears.
Because every memory that you find is essentially a semblance of who she was.
Mm-hmm.
And because, I feel, at least for me, I feel like because they left her body, that's how, in another sense, that's how they left her. For each tear that fell, it was like, okay, this memory's gone. Or this memory's gone. She's lost 3 tears, that's 3 memories gone.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's hard to tell what exactly is necessarily happening, but I mean, in any case, like, for one thing, the dragon model for Zelda is fucking gorgeous.
She is pretty. I especially love her eyes.
Mm-hmm. Her eyes are really cool.
They're not like the other dragons. Like, if you look at the other dragon's eyes, admittedly, they're a little creepy. So... See what I mean? I think that's
Ganon.
Demon Ganon.
Yeah.
His design is just cool to me. As a dragon, it's fucking awesome.
Right? It's also big as fuck.
Oh yeah, he's a big boy. But the other dragons, I mean, their eyes are like... I think I first saw the eyes on the red one, and I went, oh no. No, thank you. Please no.
It's not good.
Yeah, no, I was looking in the eyes, and I was like, buddy, do you need eye drops?
A little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, I mean...
There's some eye pics.
There we go. Yeah.
That's my ice baby, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Actually, it would have been interesting to see who these dragons were prior.
And we have our theories on that.
Yeah, I think that they were the goddesses.
Yeah, the three got. That's what I was thinking. But somewhere along the way,
Yeah.
the green one transformed into the yellow, or something like that.
Well, yeah, it's Din, Nehru, and Perot, and they kind of line up that way.
Which Faru was the one I. That's my ice baby, correct?
Perot.
Faru.
Uh, no, I think it's Nehru. Yeah, Perot is normally the green one.
Okay. Or is it Nadra? Because some of those say Nadra.
That's Nadra. That's
Okay.
Nadra. Like the dragon is Nadra. Because of the different timelines and the way Zelda is, there's things that don't always line up the same
Okay.
way. It's like, for example, so yeah, you have Dinrel, Farosh, and Nadra. Din, Perot, and Nehru.
Okay.
That's how I've been lining it up, because that's what it seems like. Now this could be like more of an homage, by all means, but I don't have anything to tell me that for sure.
I do love that you can collect claws and teeth from the dragons. I think that's really fucking cool. It just kind of sucks that for some quests you need those items, side quests anyway. And they can be hard to get.
Yeah, trying to grab some of them is a pain in the ass.
We
Like, well, because like you have to get up there. Early game, like I didn't know what the fuck to do because I wasn't used to making anything. I'm not used to having cheats the game. But once you start getting used to like building and stuff, or like if you make the hover bike or whatever, and you have plenty of ancient ores or whatever, you can just make it and be fine. And then you can run on them and get their claws and their teeth and whatever the crystals are in the back. It'll be golden. And I've seen people make farms out of them, where they can just farm them over and over again. It's insane. Like, imagine putting a box around their heads, that way every time they come back, or it basically respawns, you can just grab it right then and there.
Yeah.
Which sounds kind of cruel because you're jumping, they can't see, but they're still following the same path. It's like,
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy.
You remember when we knocked the claw off of the fire one, and we both disagreed on where it fell, so it took us a day and a half to find it.
We never found it. We had to get a different one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because like,
okay, so that reminds me. That's why it took so long, because we couldn't find the damn dragon.
yeah, well, we were waiting for the dragon to come back because we didn't want to go back into the depths or whatever at the time. I could have sworn it fell, so it has a ding that happens, and it fell, and then it just never appeared anywhere, and we couldn't find it. We went to both the places I thought it was and what you thought it was, and it wasn't there. And like I was like, okay, it may have already despawned.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I had picked it up, but I didn't.
Yeah.
So I was like, what the fuck?
I don't know. I still don't know what happened to it.
I don't either.
I thought I had seen it land near the opening to the underground, the depths. I don't know. I saw the little ding, the little star when it appears, when it falls, and it was just like... But because the dragon creates gusts and stuff, we didn't make it to the ground in time, so...
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what happened. It's not like it's... it's not like glitches can't happen, though. That's the best I can think of as a glitch happened.
Yeah, you mean the invisible wall climbing, right? When you have a video up?
That too. Yeah, I posted a video of that. A glitch happened where, for whatever reason, the place I was in versus what I was interacting with was merged in the wrong way. So, like, my environment was in a cave, but it was like the area was different. So I was on a wall climbing, and I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, I'm just in the middle of the air. I can't go to the spot I'm trying to get to. And I'm like, how? What's happening? Something happened with the boundaries, and they moved where they weren't supposed to. I don't know how it happened. but it happened. And I was like, oh shit. And it was really funny, and I took a video of it. It's on Twitter. And I should probably upload it to YouTube. I should still have it. But man, it was hilarious.
At that moment, I think we were just both stunned. Because up until that point, the game had been beautiful, it had run smoothly, everything was going great, and then all of a sudden, invisible wall. Now you can't get in, you can't get into the shrine. Congratulations.
I think it was like the first super legit thing that happened. Like, it wasn't until then we hadn't had like any major glitches. That was the first major glitch that we actually had legitimately. It was insane. Yeah, it was fucking hilarious. I need to go back to that video and see if I can upload it to YouTube. Um, I really liked a lot of the environments.
Mm-hmm.
I remember running around through, the Sheikah village.
Yeah, that one, okay, that one was pretty.
I mean, it was almost always raining for some reason when we got there, but,
Yeah.
like, we would get there, and for one thing, the greens there are really gorgeous.
Yes, they are.
And the people there are just really interesting. And then, of course, you have also the researchers.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how much you know about the lore of the Sheikah, but the Sheikah were supposed to be, like, a clan of people that were dedicated to the royal family. And they were effectively, like, ninjas or reconnaissance. And the protectors or whatever. And we don't know necessarily what happened at this point.
Yeah.
For them to mostly be researchers, but the Yiga clan are like their direct opposites.
Clearly.
And I'm still not sure what's up with that. The Sheikah don't have as much like ninja shit anymore. They're mostly technological advance.
What was the town with all the mushroom designs and stuff? Because I thought that one was pretty wacky.
Hatino Village, yeah.
That one was pretty wacky. I thought it was kind of cool. I could tell you a place that we both hated.
What?
The desert.
Oh, fuck. Okay,
We both hated the
okay,
desert.
so Gerudo are great. There's some really
Yeah.
interesting places. But
I
holy shit.
I have told Dren, and you all have to help me convince him of this. Please tell him I want one of those walrus plushies. Because I saw them in game and I lost my flipping mind.
Oh, I spelled that wrong.
Yeah, there you go. I didn't know you
Yeah.
wanted sweets, honey. I couldn't. I can get you ice cream.
But man, so the desert is such a pain in the ass.
That one enemy kept tearing us up. The sandworm thing.
Oh, the fucking...
Molduga, is that the name?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Moldugas are fucking a pain in the ass. I don't know why, but I just can't get used to it. Not to mention, like, entering the place is a giant sandstorm to begin with. And you don't have the ancient beasts anymore, which kind of sucks, and that's Minecraft. So you don't have any of that. So things are changed vastly. The area is so big, and you're trying to navigate through it, and it feels impossible because you can't see. And then places are so big, you have to be careful not to dehydrate and die. So you're constantly eating food and water when normally you wouldn't have to.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to explore, but a lot of it's really annoying. Yeah, fucking Moldugas. They wreck my shit. So there's only certain areas I'm competent enough to go through. And then on top of everything, you've got these motherfuckers.
The Redeads.
Redeads or Gibdos. These were Gibdos, apparently.
Weird, okay.
Gibdos, Redeads, whatever.
But yeah,
my god. These guys were terrified, fucked up, and then you find out they're moth thingies.
like, in this one, okay, admittedly, in this one they were scary, but what was it, Majora's Mask or whatever? I'm trying to think. It was like,
That's the one where they do the scream?
yeah, those are the
Yeah, yeah,
still
that's
the scariest
that's
to me.
Ocarina of Time and
Okay.
Majora's Mask.
All right.
Yeah, so yeah, that scream is definitely iconic.
It's horrifying.
But as far as design, I'd say these guys are
Yeah,
worse.
no.
Like, motherfucker.
They legit look like rotting corpses, which, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a hell of a look for something if you're trying to make something look like a horror thing.
Yeah. I know the worst thing about the Molduga is it's a quest. You actually have to do this quest.
Yeah, I had to kill and fight a certain Molduga.
Because it was trying to eat one of the Gerudo. And she was stuck on the rock, what'd she say, 3-4 days?
Something like that.
And she just wanted to go home, but this thing would eat her if she got down, so we had to kill the Molduga. Then you have the Redead, then you... Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't get used to it. So I really
lives off follows.
I got really lucky on killing it. And then I never fought one again successfully, I think.
You fought the one in the underground one once, but then I was like, hey, you want to do that again? Look, it's back. Hell no. I already got the reward. Fuck that.
Yeah. No. I that's a no for me, dog.
But legit, those were the only two you fought in game.
Yeah, I did not fucking want to. And also, we didn't get all the Korok seeds.
No, we didn't.
I did not want to do all fucking, what was it, 200 Koroks? Don't be wrong, Koroks are fucking cute, and I like that they give you little puzzles.
I like that they take you straight to the Deku tree.
Oh yeah, at a certain point.
That's just awesome.
Yeah, and like, they're cute and everything, and I feel bad that people, shoot them off in rockets.
You have sent multiple videos of that to me, laughing.
Yes, I have. I don't deny that.
I feel so bad.
Well, it's not as bad as this. They're rotisserie style Koroks, Sid.
Dren, you have had ideas. I have seen the look in your eye.
Yeah, but I didn't commit.
Yeah. Okay.
And also, look at how many fucking Koroks there are. Here's a map of every Korok. I'm pretty sure this is a joke.
That would suck if it were real, though.
Well, actually, it might be real. I mean, this one's just smaller. But, I mean, that's what it feels like. Like, Jesus Christ.
And to be fair, they give good upgrades when you're turning the seeds to the big guy, so...
Yeah. Rather fight a golden lion with a tree branch. Got all the seeds last year. Took about a year to complete. Would not recommend.
Fuck that.
Who hurt you? At that point, a combination of Nintendo and themselves. Lionel Richie? Yeah. I would even commit to doing it hitless one. Yeah, most people are like, I was struggling before, but thanks, supposed to collect them all. Thank you so much. How many Korok seats are there? Like, I don't know how many there are. Like,
No.
we know that there are at least 1,000 confirmed Korok seeds.
Yeah, no, fuck that.
Yeah. No. 1,000.
What do you... If you get the same thing that you do from Addison...
Well, that's not even... Well, that's not even the thing. Like, it's gonna be fucking, because remember, that's for your inventory.
I know, but what the fuck?
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Like, I know there's the double up thing where you bring one to a friend, but Jesus Christ. It's annoying. I don't want to do it. Not for 1,000 Korok seeds.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm good.
Yeah, Addison is like 8 times easier than that.
Yeah, and it took us 2.5 days to find everything.
Yeah. I was going back and having to find out, shit, did we do this one? Did we do that one?
Yeah.
The shrines weren't too bad.
No.
There was just one that was in the sky that was confusing. Because the shrines actually give you a little indicator on stuff, and so do the caves when you visit them.
We also did the Boo Boo guy.
Oh yeah, the Boople gems. Yeah, that's what we
That
need
one-
the caves for.
That one was the one that made me go, okay, I'm sad now.
Yeah, he actually does turn into a Satori.
And his brother is trying to hide it, but he's heartbroken.
It's like, well, that happens, I guess. I didn't think it would, but it does.
And then you just go, dude, no, it's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one hurt doing.
Yeah, it took a while, too.
Not as long as the Edison ones, though.
No. Well, no, because it was easier to find caves.
Yeah, and like you said, those left marks on the fucking thing, so.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Addison did not.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of made things a lot harder. What about bosses?
So here's the second area I think both of us didn't like, and it was the ice area. Mainly the reason I bring that up is because of the ice Gleeok. If you ever faced a Gleeok, you know how bad they are.
Yeah, Gleeoks are a pain in the ass. Oh my god. But they aren't bosses, though.
They feel like it, though.
Yeah, they do feel like it, but they aren't. They are not bosses. We're talking about the, like, Kolkara, the Queen Gibdo,
Oh, okay.
the Muktarok.
It would have to be, what was the big underground, or the one that flew?
Oh, the moth one? That was Queen Gibdo.
You had to shoot it at its glowing points?
This one?
No. But I do remember her.
Marbled Goma.
No.
Kolgara.
That one might be it.
Yeah, this is the one that you're flying in. That's in the ice place.
Yeah. I actually really enjoyed the depth one of that one. It was...
Yeah, so once you figure out how the enemies are,
Yeah.
like, they're super simple. Once you figure it out and you're like, okay, that's what we're doing here. And then once later in game, when you fight them underground in the depths, they're like nothing.
You say that, but you only fought the Molduga twice, so...
Yeah, Madoga's not a boss.
Again,
That's just another enemy.
that doesn't feel like it, though, with how hard they are.
I know. Believe me, I know.
Fucking...
They're tough. Yeah, there's a reason why Lionels are there. Lionels are tougher than Ganon. Like, distinctly.
Why?
Because. That's the best answer I got, is just because.
Because fuck you, that's why.
Lionels and, Lionels and, the dragons. Fuck, what are they called?
The dragons?
Yeah, three-headed dragons.
The Gleeoks.
Gleeoks, yeah, they're tough. Yeah, so Lionels, Gleeoks, and Moldugas are far tougher than most of the enemies in the game. By, like, a large margin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could argue, like, these guys are tough when they're, like, the full black or white versions, I think. But
Yeah.
you can still wail on them and kill them easy enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like, eventually you can beat them. Yeah, I really liked... Oh, shit. Let's see. Let's see, what would be my favorite boss? I guess Colgera would have been my favorite because I liked being in the air and fighting.
Yeah.
I always thought that was really interesting.
In all honesty, I would have thought Ganon would have been your favorite.
Well, Ganon was really cool. He really was. But he's a final boss. I'm...
Sock says hi.
Ah! But yeah, so like... yeah, Ganon would be my favorite.
Yeah.
Like the dragon fight and everything. If I was gonna say... Besides Ganon, I would say Colgera.
Yeah. It was just cool.
What'd you think of the Muktarok?
The fucking octopus one.
Yes. Wasn't that just... I thought it was weird.
It admittedly was. The part I didn't like about that was the fucking shark that comes out of the ink. That is fucking scary. The Muktarok really wasn't anything to be afraid of, though. It's just standard.
Yeah.
It feels like your standard enemy.
Yeah.
It's...
Now, if we're talking about just regular overworld bosses, overall, you've got the Hinox, the Stone Talus, Flux Construct, Stelnox, Igneo Talus, Frost Talus, Battle Talus, Frox, Thunder Gleeok, Molduga, Flame Gleeok, Frost Gleeok, King Gleeok, and Phantom Ganon.
Rocks were really fucking cool. The Ice Gleeok is... It was a bitch.
It's totes. Yeah, Phantom Ganon being like the first introduction to like fighting Ganon in general. Oh, the hands. The hands. Hold up a second.
I remember when you first fell down into a pit that had that fucking gloom shit.
Oh yeah, gloom hands.
You panicked so bad trying to get away from the hands.
I was terrified. I was like, what the fuck?
We both were like, okay, never go down there again, and you can go die.
Yeah, I mean, we eventually figured it out, like, how to beat them, but damn, was it fucked up. Because, like, you want something that, like, shocks you and terrifies you immediately? This is it. They are fast, there's 5 hands that are grabbing at you. They create a pool of gloom that affects you and starts to hurt you and take away your hearts, and you gotta get the fuck out of there. Whew. Like until you realize what's going on, and there's some of them that if you're going to complete side quests, you have to beat.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of gotta learn. Well, normally what you can do is you can just shoot them with a bunch of bomb arrows, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
But then, well, in most cases, after that you're gonna have to fight Phantom Ganon.
Mm-hmm. I remember the first time that happened. You were so happy you beat the hands finally, and then Phantom Ganon appeared.
What?
Yeah, and then you went, what? I thought I was done.
Mm-hmm. Luckily, Phantom Ganon isn't as bad
No.
as the hands, because like you have a lot more time, and if you really wanted to run away, it'd be a lot easier.
Yeah, the hands are fast as fuck.
Oh yeah, you are in a fucking panic during that. Like, god damn.
Like, no thank you.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 would not recommend. Was well, what'd you think of the ending?
Bittersweet is the best way to describe it. It was bittersweet. Like, everything that had happened and everything, Mineru finally gets to move on and be with her brother and her sister-in-law. The new Guardians. Swearing to Zelda they will always be by her side.
And they fuck it up.
No.
And then have to. They do. I mean, they kind of fuck up a little bit, but and then they go back and just fix it. They just laugh about it.
Yeah.
I liked how candid that was. I
Like,
can appreciate that.
Like, it's bittersweet, because
Yeah.
Mineru literally telling you thank you and goodbye as you realize she's finally gonna go be with her brother after 1,000 years.
Of effective isolation.
Yeah, she has had no one for 1,000 years. And now she's gonna be with her sister-in-law and brother again? It hurts, but it's a hurt that you knew was coming, and it's a good kind of hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I thought it was really interesting. Um, you come back and you get you beat Ganon, so you fight him his normal form, as normal as it is, um, in the Hyrule Castle, and then he's like, "Yeah, well, guess what? I'm down here now in the deep, deep dark." And he goes down there and runs around doing his own shit, and then you have a whole nother level. You go down there, and you get to fight him. He's hydrated now. Now he's big, buff, and full of lust.
Ugh. Sorry, I'm usually not into bad guys.
Well, let's face it, he is. I always thought it was a really badass design.
I'm not denying that.
Like, and Matt Mercer does a great job with his voice.
Yes, he does.
Like, and then you fight him with his extra powerful form, and then he splits up, and then all your friends come to help you for realsies, and it's like, holy shit, it's really cool. And then you get to the point where, okay, now you're back on the overworld, and now you're fighting as Dragons. And then you got this shit going on. You have to fight him, you have to smash all the eyeballs, and beat him as a dragon. And you have to, and like, you go through the sequence, like, what, 3 times or something?
Something to that effect.
And then once you finally beat him, you've got Zelda helping you.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, it's a epic fight. It's not hard, but it is epic as fuck. You feel how cool it is. And so she takes you up, you beat Ganon, and then Rauru and Sonia come back and like, hey, thanks for doing that. We'll make Zelda better again with what's little left of our current power. Which kind of comes out of nowhere.
It does.
And so Zelda gets to go back to being her, and with Link. Which I'm not sure I like narratively. Like, it gives you the sweet part of the ending.
Yeah.
But the other part is like, it's kind of like less consequence for your actions. And it's one of those things I wonder if it would have been better story-wise if she had stayed a dragon.
And them just realizing she can't come back or what have you. Yeah, that's the way I thought they were gonna go.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that, and I was fully committed. So I'm not sure if I would have liked that better or not. I feel like it could have been something to take advantage of, and like, okay, how do we progress now? Does Link just become king? I mean, what do?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, can we talk about one thing real quick?
Sure.
I think it's your favorite outfit in the game. What Link would have looked like in their time.
Oh, as one of the
earliest Hylians, yes.
out. Fuck, I don't remember what it's called.
And there's the tink. Yeah, that's another favorite of Dren.
I got lots of outfits.
Tingle's fucking. That's one of your favorites. I know it is.
It was funny, okay.
But this outfit was like a hard outfit to get, so.
Yeah, yeah, because you only got it after you got all the shrines, I think.
Yeah, you had to get every shrine.
Here we go. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, there he is. What he would have looked like in their time.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome. Ancient hero set. I'm gonna see if I can get a better picture. That kind of, yeah, it's a little better. Yeah, I thought that was awesome. And it really, you know, it keeps adding to the Link is probably a furry thing. Just saying. I mean, that's fucking badass.
No, I'm not denying
I don't know who did this, but that's really good. Yeah, look at that. It's fucking awesome. So, like, yeah, you get that outfit. It's not actually that useful. It is pretty strong, but it's all one. If you try to equip something else, everything that goes away completely. So if you only have a helmet, you're in your underwear.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But yeah, I was really happy to get this. I spent a lot of time in it, even though it didn't help a lot.
No, it didn't.
Gives you a little tail. I thought that was really cool. It would have been interesting to see more about it, though. If, like, it actually gave you a benefit somewhere, which I don't think it ever did. But, like, to see what Link would have looked like was pretty cool. I just wish it was used better. But then again, you have a lot of outfits that aren't really that useful to begin with. I mean, the Tingle outfit doesn't really do anything.
No, it's purely that show.
Yeah, and you have a lot of them like that. And then you have some that are super useful. Like, you have one that defends against gloom.
I think that was the Dark Link outfit, actually.
Was it? Or was it Midna's outfit? All the
May have
Midna
been.
stuff.
It may have been. It may actually been both.
But yeah, like, I don't remember. But, like, yeah, it was insane to go through it and get all these armors and stuff. That's another thing, is like, there's tons and tons of outfits. And then, did you have a favorite weapon?
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
So, I really like the black and white shields. Those are cool as hell. But a favorite attacking weapon, that would probably... Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you can include attachments too, so, like...
So, it would have to be a mix-up between the Ancient Zora spear. I thought that one was cool as shit. I want one of those. And then, like, anytime you destroy a golem, attaching its heart to whatever you had, I thought that was also really cool.
Yeah, I mean, there are all kinds of weapons too.
I'm a
so
sucker.
goddamn many.
Can you tell I'm a sucker for hearts? But yeah, there's so many.
Yeah, and, like, most of the weapons, of course, are, like, decrepit, and gloom has rotted them away, so you have to spend a lot of time going between weapons pretty frequently.
Yeah.
So there's only, like, a handful of weapons that are there that aren't like that, and most of those you can actually find down in the depths, ironically. So you can find good weapons in the depths that aren't gloomed. But everything on the overworld is likely to be gloomed. I'm trying to think. I think I really liked the... What was it? It was similar to the Big Goron sword. Oh yeah, the breaker, maybe? The boulder breaker?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that'd be it. That boulder breaker, it was just... It could deal out tons of damage per hit, and its durability was really high.
I remember you also loving the palm strike when you learned it from the Yiga Clan.
Yeah, the palm strike, that was really cool. Because you could fight weaponless. Oh yeah, the Fierce Deity's sword. And the Big Goron sword. We did have those. Then
Yes.
there's the Zora sword. Yeah, those are really cool. And I like how they brought back a bunch of shit from previous games. I like how there were so many things like that.
Yeah.
Like, if you wanted Easter eggs, this has tons of them. Was there anything you felt the game was missing? Like, what would you recommend if you wanted more from the game?
That's a hard one. Knowing me, and the snippets we got from the characters and everything that we did like, I would have loved for, and this is purely just me, for like, if you took control of Zelda and you got to wander around the first ever Hyrule, see what it's like, see how the people are living, see how everyone's doing. I think that would have been incredible.
Like post-game? Or like post-beating Ganon?
Yeah.
For one?
When she's actually,
Yeah.
from side to side, that'd be cool.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it would have been neat to see it from one side to the other. Like, okay, you beat it now, and you can go back to the beginning at any time or to the other world, whatever.
Like, I thought of it as intermingled. Like...
Yeah, so one of the differences, we don't get to see the world as the quote-unquote normal. The castle was always fucked up between Breath of the Wild and this, so we never get to see a fully restored castle.
No.
We don't get to see how the people interact, we don't see how the armies are, and honestly, I'd like to see how it was, the game as is. Like, before any conflict like that, where like, okay, you got Hyrule's armies, you've got the people in town that you never get to see in there. Because I wanted to see, Hyrule Marketplace. I would love to see the Hyrule Marketplace, like, bustling.
Yeah.
Because it gives you a big-ass area, but you don't actually get anything to interact with. Yeah. I think it was called Castletown. Yeah. So, like, you have a solid area right here where there could have been tons and tons of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We don't get to see any of that. I think it's a big misuse and a big missed opportunity to have had something there. Or at least you could have explored it. You know, they could have done that pre-game. They could have done it to where you explored a bunch of shit pre-game.
Yeah.
And then left they don't have to render that much. You can just explore before there's any conflict or anything like that. Or, you know, post-game would be fine as well. Everything's fixed or whatever, and nothing's destroyed yet.
Yeah, really.
Things have either been repaired or were never destroyed to begin with. And, like, all the towns that were abandoned and destroyed, you know, they either are just regularly abandoned, as they always was for the longest time, or they're restored. But we never get to see that, and I feel like there's some missed opportunity in getting to see more of the world through that lens.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas we don't get to see as much. I would like to, I think if there was any missed opportunities as well, I think that, honestly, they could have had more pivotal characters. I feel like, it was very, for as big as the world was,
Yeah.
I feel like there could have been more that made more characters useful.
What do you mean?
Okay, so you could eliminate most of the characters in the game, and for the game, functionally, it would change nothing. I think that, okay, if you save these people or you help these people, it would give you access to something much greater.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so like one of the more pivotal ones is you restore an entire town.
Yeah.
Sort of like how in Breath of the Wild you help create Terrytown. Those I think were really pivotal in like the world building.
Okay.
But there's like half of the things that you can do that don't really matter that much.
Mm-hmm.
You have to rebuild that coast town
Yeah.
that gets taken over and destroyed, and you help rebuild that. That's really pivotal in my opinion. Um, you get to a point where everything is like so. The paintings in the inns.
Mm-hmm.
If you went without that, it wouldn't change anything for the characters.
Yeah.
So like, I would want more stuff. Like, hey, there's like 3 inns
Yeah.
to begin with, and they're like vastly spread. Like, there's one towards the Rudo, there's one towards the Gorons, and then one towards the south east.
Mm-hmm.
So you have like northwest, northeast, and southeast, and those are your 3 that you're going towards. But they're not like way far out; they're a little closer to you at the initial
Yeah.
start in the center, and you have to help. And they've been destroyed. You have to help restore those.
I see.
And which means like, okay, you also have to end up going to Terrytown to get their help to help restore all those stables. Like, I feel like there could have been a lot more that would make you closer to the people in the world.
Yeah.
Like, because I feel like there could have been more stuff to look out for. Like, there's a lot to do in the world. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like they missed some opportunities to get certain things done.
I gotcha.
Yeah. Like, I really wouldn't have minded, like, more side quests where it's like, alright, this town was destroyed. Or at the very least, have it like, okay, now we have a team of people fixing this town who plan to move there. You know, you, like, say you have to, like, the, Gloom Hands start attacking in that area, so you have to eliminate those in Phantom Ganon. And then you have, like, more reason to do that, and then once you do that, even though the town won't be built in-game at the time, those people are going to, move there and settle there and rebuild the town. And now you have access to, like, there's a fireplace there, so you can make food, and you can also sleep there for free.
Yeah.
Like, I think they could have done a lot with it, but... And I'm wondering if there's too much agency for the player, whether you could do too much. Like, maybe not enough limitation. So, like, you don't have to be that clever to get through certain parts of this game.
No.
Like, you can just willy-nilly, like, make shit, and eventually you can get past it, and just, like, the shrines. The shrines were always puzzles and shit, for the most part. You can just bypass some of it entirely. And just go straight to the end. If you really want to, or if you're patient enough, or if you have enough ores. It's like, well, fuck. So much for that puzzle.
Yeah, really.
Speaking of shrines, did you have a favorite shrine that you remember?
Not really. Like, anyone that made you get, like, slightly frustrated to where you make the weird sounds you sometimes do. Yeah.
Damn it. Piece of shit. Fuck.
Exactly.
So basically anything that frustrated me.
But slightly, nothing too mean. There were a couple that really pissed you off, and it was like, honey, relax.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
What?
This guy. Fuck, what was his name? Why don't I remember people?
Hmm?
Zonai devices. That's what they're called. For one. Taro.
Oh, the guy who everyone said was a older Chad from Bleach.
Yeah, yeah. He's smart.
He's very smart.
Yeah. Oh, you want a feature I forgot. You can look at your entire travel throughout the world.
Yes, yes, you can.
Yeah, you can go back every hour. Like, I don't know if there's a limit. I can't remember if there's a limit to it. But you can see from start to finish all the way back. And I thought that was insane that it kept up with that much of at least your travel.
Mm-hmm.
And how many times you die. So you can just keep dying. So if you keep dying at a spot, you'll go to that spot and you'll just hear until you're not dying anymore, and then you move on. It was really funny, and it's a really neat way to go back and like, oh, this was my journey. It was a feature we didn't know would happen.
Yeah, until you accidentally hit the button once and you started watching it.
Yeah, I mean it was neat. Was there anything that we made using the powers that you liked in particular?
Well, I'm a simple kind of person. I think the bike you all used a lot towards the end of the game. Yeah,
Well,
that
yeah.
was cool.
Well, because like I got enough battery that I could just fly almost anywhere.
And then, like, the fucking cars that you would make.
Yeah, in the beginning it was super simple, and like to do things the way it's intended.
Yeah.
There's a lot that was done that was not the way they were intended it to be.
No.
So like, I didn't make all that much because I didn't feel myself clever. So like the bike was like the most technological thing I made. Other than that, I was just making bridges most of the time. So I didn't make any of these like super kill death machines to help kill like the Gleox and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I did try a little bit, but it didn't do well. But I mean, fucking yeah, the bike was the most ingenuitive thing I made, and like trying to make other stuff was got to the point where it was pointless. Like, if I need travel, I can just do the bike. If I need to get somewhere, I can probably just do the bike.
Yeah.
Like, the bike took care of, like, tons and tons of stuff. It really did. It's also, like, low power, so you can get almost anywhere with it without using too much battery. All you have to do is just reset. I mean, there's a limitation to the durability of the items you use, but I mean, it lasts for an incredible amount of time before you have to get new ones.
Yeah.
So you really aren't that worried about it. I mean, fucking crazy, right?
I still remember you just hovering over on like legit on your bike in the deep, deep depths, like as we would come to light routes and try to guess the enemies in the dark.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, going through the deep dark, through the depths, on the bike, trying to get all the light routes.
It is creepy at first when you go down there.
It is. It's really creepy. Like, you get used to it eventually.
Yeah.
But I mean, fuck.
When you first go down there and there is literally no light,
There's a whole fucking world under there.
Yeah.
There's no light, and you have to light it up. And lighting up all the light routes doesn't light everything up, by the way.
No.
I thought it would. I thought it'd be like extra bright in like when you got closer to the light route. But it's about as bright as it's gonna get. Like if you're in an area where you lit up a bunch of them, that's about as bright as it's gonna get. If there's dark patches in between all your light routes, those patches are still gonna be there.
Yeah, pretty much.
I was kind of hoping they wouldn't, but because that would be like the benefit of getting all the light routes. Oh yeah, you get a little extra light entirely. But I mean, it's whatever. I mean, we still navigated through it just fine.
We got it done.
Yeah. Which I forget what the thing we got from that was. I don't remember.
I don't either. I remember, I think it had something to do with the light. Like it was a charm or something, maybe light.
I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm sure we could look it up, but I'm lazy. You have anything else you want to say about Tears of the Kingdom?
Not really. I think we've gone over everything here.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the game.
Beautiful game.
It's gorgeous, it's beautiful. Fucking very few complaints. Most issues I had was because I was doing terrible as a player. But I mean, it's very forgiving, so it's not like you're gonna have to worry too much. Like, even if you haven't saved in a while, you die, you're like right fucking there in most cases.
Yeah, essentially.
Alright. Oh, that's all we have to say about that. We talked about it for like 2 hours.
About, yeah.
Yeah, so we can go ahead and take a break, and then I'll continue with the other topics. So.
Indeed. It was lovely being here.
Yeah, no problem. I love you.
I love you too, handsome boy.
Look, we can try and talk about other games too.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes down to it.
Just let me know what games you want to talk about.
Well, you haven't played Aeon's Past with me. And it was
No.
only like 3 hours or whatever. But it's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Thank you for watching so far. Feel free to get up, stretch your arms, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, get some drink, pet a dog, pet a cat, do whatever it is you normally do during an intermission or a break. I'll be gone for about 10 or 15 minutes. So, this is the intermission. Alright, and I'm back. It's down just a tad since I'm gonna be right next to the mic. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 6. Alright. Good enough. Okay, so I'm gonna talk for 2 hours about Breath of the Wild 2 Tears of the Kingdom. That's basically what it is. Now I want to talk about Aeon's Pass. Alright. Clear that and copy. Paste. Done. There we go. Aeon's Past post-game thoughts. Or does it say past twice? Ooh, excuse me. Excuse me. Ooh. Didn't mean to blow out your ears. Alright. So I played Aeon's Past. I think I did like 2 or 3 streams of it and beat it. It's a relatively short game. About 5 to 8 hours. I think I did mine in 9. It was a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it. You can run it all the way back to Windows 7. 4 gig RAM memory, so you can run it on almost anything you have nowadays. Very small storage, 500 megabytes. Like I said, dual core or better would be fine. Very low graphics necessary for it. And this is by Frostwater Media. Frostwater Media, I think, did a great job. And did I ever write a review? I don't think I did I? Yep, we got lots of good reviews. I don't think I wrote one, though. So, your language. Can I do review, please? Can I make review? I can has review? Is that why I had an issue last time? Add to cart. Oh, this is on... Hold on, let me bring up my actual Steam. That's probably why. But I had a lot of fun with Aeon's Past. So, okay, so I had 10.9 hours, almost 11 hours. It's keyboard only, so it has a really interesting setup. And I really want to give it more to it. So it has this really interesting 2D, 3D style. It's a 3D environment with 2D sprites. Everything is set up as 2D. And I feel like a game like this would do a lot. You get multiple characters, you get to have a lot of fun. You get MC, the main character, whatever you name him. If I were to change something, I'd probably give him customization. But this is a really interesting game. I just wish there was more of it. I have very few criticisms. There are some things I'm not sure I understood. But, like, I would fucking run this through. I tried to do a little bit on trying to see if I could break the game. It gives you a little thing where up here you have your turn sequence, so you know who's next, who's coming up, and how things will change. So if you're looking at if you've ever played Final Fantasy X, then you're familiar with that, your lineup there. You have a bunch of different races. It's very I guess D&D-esque in that sense. There's a lot of things to do despite being a relatively short game, and I think it's really well made. It has a lot of interesting mechanics. You can change the direction that you're in, so that way you can look around and you can find things that ordinarily you wouldn't have found otherwise. Changes your perspective. I think this might highlight a little bit. The story is relatively simple. There's some things you've seen before. Yeah, see? You can change your perspective like that. And that created a very interesting dynamic in trying to find things, because there are things that's like, okay, I don't know what I'm looking for. Now you need to change your perspective to figure out, oh, that's what I'm looking for. You turn, you find a new thing that you didn't see before. Like, oh, okay, now I get it. The fight style is strategic. If you're in the middle of a fight that you're not sure how to beat, you can probably find a way to beat it without having to just grind for levels. If you're strategic, then what you can do is you can create a dynamic of like, okay, if I do this first, then they won't have enough power to kill me. I'll be able to heal with this person, and then this person will have a chance to attack faster, but instead I'm going to use haste, or I'm going to make them go slower, or something like that, or this move does this, and I can make it a little easier. So you can do things in battle that change the outcome. So yeah, I haven't written a review. Do you recommend this game? Yes. I'm pretty sure I paid it's like $3. Pretty sure I paid for it. Because I remember seeing ads for it. It is awesome. Only wish there was more. I hope they expand on this style. Make a bigger game. For this as cheap to be such a low price. Maximized product. I love the way you can strategize. I'm not spelling that shit right, am I? How are you supposed to strategize? You can strategy? A strategy. Oh, damn it, now I sold the... Or you can form a strategy. Beat a boss. Beat an enemy. Instead of just grinding. Nope. Strategize. I spelled it like that. And it didn't do the thing. Do you hate it when you wash dishes so you can eat now? I don't want to eat because I did all the dishes. Oh, really? We didn't have that many dishes, so I just went ahead and did them. I was done in like 15 minutes. Do you hate it when you wash dishes so you can eat? Now I don't want to eat. And I really want pasta salad. Well, Walmart's closed. But they have pasta salad. Yeah, I'm not crazy. This is saying it's not a word. Strategize. Do I have it misspelled somewhere? Whatever. It's wrong. Oh, I got 2 boxes. Gotcha. So you can get the pre-made bowls. Alright, instead of just grinding away. Well, you can form... You can strategize to beat an enemy instead of grinding away. The of perspective adds to you explore. Could greatly improve the way we think of... Well, you spelled it right, but yeah, I thought so. I thought I was going fucking crazy. I was about to say. How did I spell it wrong? It's like, what do you mean it's not a word? Alright, greatly improve on what we think of the way we think. Of 2D. Alright. I mean, you're complete bonkers, good sir. Well, yeah, but that's besides the point. You can out me like that. I'm like a jerk. Alright. Not just one view, top down perspective. Yeah, I didn't realize I hadn't actually written a review for this. Alright, let's see. Is that his name? Gratz, right? Yeah. Favorite. Sure. Alright. You ousted yourself with that response, you loon. I dare say I haven't. I know not of what you speak of. Alright, Gratz might be my favorite character. Hope to see more. Alright. Okay, I think that's good enough. Maybe a little gratuitous? I don't know. But I liked it. Okay, so now I should be able to refresh. When does my comment get posted? You know, it probably has to be reviewed. Comments are disabled for this. I'll allow comments. See what they say. I don't know. Maybe I'm afraid. Maybe I ain't. Anyway. So yeah, Aeon's Quest. So, starting the story, you are a little over adolescent kid, you know, a young adult. You're working on your dad's, you're working with your dad, you're working with the farm or whatever, trying to do stuff. Your dad comes back, your dad's out or something, and big old night guy comes by, fucks up your shit, fucks up your kills your family. The horses run off, you get into contact, you almost die, and then you get thrusted into this fucking temple looking ass place that I think you get transported. You go down and you have to navigate through there. Then you run into some chick who's like, hey, I don't know how you got down here, but fucking, you gotta get the fuck out. And so do I. I don't know what's going on, but we're gonna do something. And so she helps you go around fighting and whatnot. And then, oh wait, it was before that. You end up, do you end up getting lost? I think so. You're getting lost. Somehow you're by yourself. You end up in a room where it's like, hey, let me give you some power, and I'll be taking something in exchange. I don't think it tells you at the time. Let me, armor set bonuses. I forgot about that. Let me, give you power, and you can get out of here, but you'll owe me something. And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. So you get out, somehow you get out with the girl or whatever, and you start navigating more tunnels and stuff, and you find yourself in a goblin village, and you're like, oh, goblin village, what the hell? And they're like, ah, oh, fucking humans? You. And you get one of them that, like, trusts you a little bit more than the others, and then everyone else was like, well, fucking, I guess. Well, you beat these guys, you beat the big baddie that was stopping us from doing a thing, so now we can trade or whatever. Or you get to that point, it's like, well, that'd be great. There's an adorable little gobbo boy. You go around, you finally get outside, and it's like, oh, hey, buddy, cool. Yeah, there's a night guy who fucks up your shit. Here's your fucking burning house. You're down here, you have to try and navigate, get out. You have to be careful in fights. And it's really interesting. So you're finally getting to the overworld in town, and you're just talking to people, and you find your dad. You're like, oh shit, Dad, you're here? It's like, yes, we have some shit to go on, and now we're being haunted by aeons past, and we gotta fucking wreck some shit and stop that Dark Knight feller. And they're like, okay, what do? And it's like, well, we got some work to do. Also, you seem different. Yeah, that's because I got dark powers and shit now. Don't ask. And then she's like, well, how? I said don't ask. Well, yeah, and work on figuring out how to explain that shit. I was like, oh, that might not be good. But it's like, well, we'll have to use what we can use to take advantage. So you do. So you have, like, your fighter. So you have, like, your Dark Knight, your healer, your fighter, and your, Dark Mage, effectively, if you want to make like a comparison to someone else. And you go through all these different levels and stuff, and it's really diverse in the amount of enemies and shit. And there's a level I didn't complete because I had to grind at that point, even though most of it you don't have to grind through that much. Like once you start getting to the point where you understand how the battles work, you're like, okay, I just have to circumvent this shit. I can go ahead and do whatever. I'll keep that quiet, a little quieter. Was that loud as shit? Nah, that wasn't too bad. So, one of the best things I found in the attack was like, you can set things up. You might not know what the enemy will do, but you can set it up and make it to where, alright, one, I'm going to be more adapted to that next hit if he hits me. Or two, more adapted so that way I can hit him. He's weaker. Now my next hit will be much stronger, even though it's from the weak person. So, you don't have to just... It's not like going through a regular JRPG where you just hit A bunch of times and just wait till level up and go through random encounters. So it doesn't end up being super simplistic, which is a good thing. Like, how many times have you been through like an RPG, a turn-based RPG, and you just end up running around and getting into a bunch of random encounters over and over and over again to get stronger. And if it ever gets boring because of that, well, then you have an issue. So, like, if you're under-leveled for whatever reason, you're having to catch up, and you're like, fuck, what the hell? And I've run into that plenty, like, Tales of Symphonia, many Final Fantasy games where I'm just sitting there going back and forth and grinding. Because I'm like, what the fuck? I'm either like, what the fuck do I do? Or I'm too under-leveled for something. Or I'm not using strategy well enough. But you can just fucking just go hard. There's this interesting like temporal place like right here that you're looking at, and I think that could work really well. So this place expands a little bit, and you get to see more area. I think this would be really well if, like, your overworld, as you complete stuff in the overworld, this started expanding way, way more. And you got to learn about this other world entirely. And it only expands a little bit for the game. But if it kept going, and you started expanding more about the world, and it's like, oh, now that it's bigger, now we're seeing buildings. What else is there that could be uncovered? And then you end up basically unlocking an entire new world to explore in its entirety, except you get to experience it incrementally. So now you have a different way of exploring and finding things. I think that would have been really cool, but we didn't get a chance to do that. What I would really like, though, so you basically have the overworld and this world, and you run into a building, and it looks like one of the buildings on the overworld, but you can tell it's not. Like, maybe it's not inhabited at the time. You haven't gotten to the point where there's inhabitants in this world or whatever it would be. That would just be something interesting if interesting to see. You know? One of my favorite things about the game is you have this dynamic between these four characters. For one thing, it's really balanced. And leveling up works really well in this, where it's not as much of an issue. You don't have to sit there and grind forever, like I said. But the dynamic between these characters, you find out she's an angel, and or supposed to be, or like from the angelic whatevers, and it's like, oh, actually, she's not. She's actually doing things for a different purpose, and she's not really one of these churchy dudes. He is supposedly the weaker one of his goblin tribe, and she is a used to be an assassin, I believe, and then you're a farmhand, effectively. But they make this really interesting dynamic. It gets a little bit awkward for a few lines initially, but they bounce off each other, I think, pretty well. There are times where it feels like the difficulty spikes, and although that happens, all you have to do is change up some of your strategy. If you change up your strategy a little bit, most of the time you can probably get around it. And like, it's a lot of the time it's like, okay, I've got to hit this guy with this first before I do this. And I haven't explored all of it, and maybe I'll come back to it at some point. But I've thrown in enough to understand that like there's a lot more to it than what I've played. Like, there's a whole thing I didn't do because like I wasn't gonna put time worth it for that on stream at the time. But there's like an area, I think over here, you can go into. It's like a monolith. Or no, it's a not monastery. A place where you go in where it's a building for graves and stuff. I forget. I'm forgetting a lot of words right now. I've got a bunch of brain fog. So you go in there, there's like ghosts and shit of old knights, and you have to fight them, and it's like, holy shit, they're fucking tough. They're tougher than the end game enemies at the time. So you're hard pressed to be like, oh, this is gonna take some time. You just gotta be careful. I feel like there could have been more obstacles and more things that could have been taken. If I was to go back and play it again, I would definitely play it differently. I would see if any other strategies worked. And I don't think there's a New Game Plus, though. New Game Plus would make it interesting, because that would make it a lot easier to explore. Because then you're less worried about beating the game at that point, and you're more focused on exploration in and of itself. I really like the design. I like the way the sprite work is. If there's anything that's left or right, I think it stays left or right. Mausoleum, yes, okay, there we go. Fuck. Why couldn't I think of that word? Couldn't think of mausoleum. Singing every other word. Monastery, metronome, monolith. Singing every other word around it except mausoleum. Trying to think. I would probably just make a lot more outside characters. Like I said, this is a short game, and it does a lot with what little it has. And I think it fleshes out a lot of characters. I would just like to see more game, more places to go, stuff like that. More people to talk to. Because I mean, I love games like this. And since I didn't find everything, there's plenty more I could figure out. I do like that you get to see everything you could do. If I had changed something, I'd probably make it to where you can't see that, but you see how many slots you have. You don't know what the moves are. So you can learn it, but you don't know what the move is until you get it. If that makes sense. I think it would add like more. I guess you would just circumvent it by saving prior and then buying it, but whatever. I think it would be something interesting, like, well, you don't know what it is, you could go back and do it, but then you're also wasting time. I don't know. It's just well designed. That we need more game. All right. I think we're pretty much good with that. Okay, so there's my pen. So yeah, I really want to talk about my post thoughts. There's not much I have to say as far as like criticisms. I would just want more game. It's a really good game, and I recommend it. It's $3. Like, it's a super solid game for $3. Normally, I wouldn't expect that much, but that gave probably more than what was deserved. So another thing I wanted to talk about was the Crunchyroll Funimation merger. I didn't know much about it, so I was wanting to see a little bit more from it. I don't mind talking about that. There we go. I've been on a Hulu Dragon Ball kick. I gotcha. So, I've got Funimation. I had Funimation now I use the same account, so I use the same email, so I was able to merge my accounts. So it still even kept all of my previous shows that I was watching, which is really cool. And there's a lot of shows that, for whatever reason, weren't available that are available to us now.
I'm gonna go lay down, handsome.
Okay.
Don't stay up all night.
I won't. This might be the last thing I talk about. Said, I'm glad for the merger, though I thought we were going to lose it. Yeah, so that had me worried. So I remember way back in the day, while Funimation was a thing and Crunchyroll was separate, I had an issue with how it worked, because I went on Crunchyroll sometime before then, before they apparently revamped it, and it was like impossible to fucking navigate. Like, it didn't make any fucking sense. I still feel like there's some stuff we're missing that I would like more of. Like, for example, I tried finding certain animes that still aren't available here that I'd have to watch at, like, Kiss Anime, which is so fucking full of ads. And it just pisses me off. I'm tired of all the ads. But I figured I'd want to, merge. Crunchyroll Funimation merging, what will we get? It would have been interesting if we actually had something completely new. Alright, Funimation will cease functioning in April due to merger with Crunchyroll, leaving users with increased subscription costs. Sony's acquisition of Funimation and Crunchyroll reflects a significant consolidation in the anime industry. You know, the increased price isn't too bad of a thing considering the library and if you're using it regularly. Like, that was the thing. Like, I was spending what was it? I was spending, I think it's $1 more now for me, so it's $9 instead of $8. So for me, it's insignificant. I'm not worried about it on mine, but I don't know if it heavily affected anyone else. How old? I'm trying to see if there's anything post. So let's see what this says. Alright. Funimation end of services. As announced in March 2022, Crunchyroll embarked on a quest to unite anime fans under one banner. We waved farewell to Funimation app and website on April 2nd, 2024. Rest assured, the access to Crunchyroll's vast anime library isn't going anywhere. As always, we're dedicated to giving you the ultimate anime streaming experience and providing you with fresh content. We're into what you're into, keeping you hooked with new shows and timeless classics alike. Stick around, anime fans, and we have so many exciting updates in store. And listen, if it gets to the point where this shit's ridiculously expensive, because let's face it, you get enough streaming services, you're basically paying for the same satellite TV for like $60 or $120 or whatever at some point. And it's just pointless to have all of those because you might not watch all of them at one time. So most people are probably just gonna like, okay, I don't need it this month, I'll just watch that stuff next month. And it's like, okay, sure, whatever, that's fine. But if this were like to get up to like $30 for a subscription every month, I think everyone would probably go back to just like Kiss Anime and go into places where you can get it for free. Just because like it gets to a point where it's ridiculous. There's gonna be enough people, it's not gonna be that big of a deal. Of course, depending on the package you're getting. I had a Crunchyroll, so my Crunchyroll email. Why and when? When and why? The collaboration between Funimation and Crunchyroll allowed us to continue delivering that mission. That's not really a why. That's just what's happening post hoc. Give me more information. I want to know more about the merge. Like, what's behind it? Because we're alright, Crunchyroll. Details. Alright. Merger. Whatever. As announced in March 20, farewell. Okay, that's from Crunchyroll. Is there anything else to say? Oh my god. Okay. Maybe this will tell something. On Wednesday, February 20, Crunchyroll announced that Funimation streaming platform will cease functioning in April. The consequence for the former's absorption of Sony's Funimation Global Group from AT&T, the acquisition was worth US $1.175 billion, and at the time, it was not clear how the merger would affect services of either Crunchyroll or Funimation streaming platforms. Funimation's statement on the matter was set to reassure users that they would remain the top priority. The goal being the creation of a unified anime subscription experience complete with comprehensive library of titles. At this point, Crunchyroll does not support Funimation's digital copy content, striking up an important conversation about the importance of physical media and the precarity of digital ownership. What does Sony's acquisition of Crunchyroll and the latter's subsequent merge from Funimation mean for the industry? Yeah, so I'm wanting to know, like, how things are going to... So, like, there's certain anime... So, well, hell, Crunchyroll started out as a pirating site, and then they became legal at some point. And I'm not sure about Funimation. I don't think Funimation ever was. In 2022, it announced Funimation and Crunchyroll will be combined, enabling users to both enjoy both services, and the content would rotate in and out. In December 2020, Crunchyroll and Viz Media Entertainment closed a deal, making the former a majority owner of the latter, changing the name to Crunchyroll SAS. Since news of Sony's acquisition of Crunchyroll first broke in 2020, Funimation users have been granted the ability to migrate their accounts over to Crunchyroll and retain their watch history and queue. The merge of Funimation accounts with pre-existing Crunchyroll account, providing that they use the same email address. However, digital copies of former Funimation users had access to as part of the purchase and the home release of anime titles are no longer valid, which is bullshit, meaning that the users no longer had access to something they rightfully owned. They should be able to reclaim that. They should be able to get those back. Beyond that, Funimation users will have to deal with higher subscription costs under Crunchyroll, and the migration of Funimation library is not yet complete. The announcement of Sony's acquisition of Crunchyroll came out. Neither Crunchyroll nor Funimation had any updates regarding what they would mean for subscription costs. Now that the confirmation of Funimation will no more be April 2nd, 2024, the first consequences users having to deal with the increased costs, not to mention the fact that users who have already been at Crunchyroll will also experience a huge leap in annual subscription fees from US $55 for annual subscriptions to a whopping $100. Please note that Crunchyroll does not currently support Funimation digital copies, which means the access to previously unavailable digital copies will not be supported. However, we are continuously working on to enhance our content offerings and provide you with an exceptional anime streaming excellence. We appreciate your understanding and encourage you to explore extensive anime library available on Crunchyroll. So Crunchyroll is... I think I got Mega Fan. $8? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Fucking Disney Plus with ads? Standard with ads? Why? Why? It's dumb. Why would you bother with ads? If you're having a paid service, why ads? That's stupid. That is the big dumb. Alright. Let's see if we can find more information. I'm not sure that there's going to be anything else, because I don't think anyone else put forth that any much more. I don't think there's been anything different since then. So yeah, right now it looks like the biggest issue is that Funimation digital copies aren't being set up. Like, shouldn't Crunchyroll... If I don't get the next Fire Force season, we riot. And I agree, if we pay, there should be no ads. Yeah, that's stupid. Also, they should rectify the whole shit with the Funimation digital copies. If the purchase receipts are there, they should be able to restore them, you know, probably per show. Like, hey, this many accounts purchased this show for a digital copy, so we should restore that. And yeah, if you're paying for a service, what's the point of ads? I mean, you can get YouTube Premium for like $7 and have no ads. So what's the point? What's the point on paying for something if it has ads? That's the whole point. We normally pay for these services. Mega fan increased from 10 to 12. Ultra fan tier 16 a month increased to $1. I didn't think it was that expensive compared to some of the services we have. Given that, I mean, if we really want anime, we could probably, if we wanted free anime without ads, we could probably find it. Yeah, everything I'm finding is pre-merger. I'm not finding anything post-merger. Oh well. Anyway. I think I want to talk about the net neutrality thing. So, we appreciate good ad blockers. Yeah, but they're also doing things where they can block you if you have an active ad blocker. Have you tried going on YouTube on PC with an ad blocker? They'll make it to where they can detect it, and they'll set you up so that way it's like, oh, I can't, it won't let me do anything while the ad blocker's on. A solar movie, one with a decent free site, and if you don't mind pop-up ad screens. Yeah, pop-up ones are too bad. You know, or ones on the side. Kiss Anime used to have a really good interface where it did a overlay of the video on top, so that way the ads were still there, but they were grayed out in the background or whatever, so you didn't see them, you just got to watch your video. Okay. So net neutrality. So I don't know if you know anything about net neutrality, but I believe it was how long ago was it? Was it 2019 or 2020? We had a thing where net neutrality was gone. There we go. Alright, so net neutrality. Jake Morabito explains that net neutrality revolves around three core principles: no blocking of content, no throttling of content, and no paid prioritization of content. It's on... No, it's both in a whole nother tab plus on the screen. A real bastard. Yeah. So, I remember net neutrality was really confusing initially. So, net neutrality protects consumers by preventing ISPs from speeding, slowing, or changing higher fees from select online content. Basically, one of the things that could have happened is, oh, you don't want to be throttled, well, you have to pay an extra premium for our internet to be fast, instead of just having the faster internet option to begin with. So that way they can't like purposely slow down your internet and saying, oh, it's on you, you're not paying for a better package, even though that's not the case. Not to mention we're often region locked, which is an issue, but you can have content that's purposely blocked, apparently. Net neutrality coming back. On April 25th, 2024, the Commission adopted the declaratory ruling, report and order of reconsideration, restoring net neutrality and bringing back national standard for broadband reliability, security, and consumer protection. So we got net neutrality back, and I'm surprised no one's fucking talking about it. When did we lose net neutrality? 2017. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, the move effectively reinstates a net neutrality order and commission first issued in 2015 during the Obama administration. Under then President Donald Trump, the FCC subsequently repealed those rules in 2017. Net neutrality is the principle of the providers of the internet should treat all traffic equally. That way they can't fuck you. So, like, have you ever had an issue where, like, your phone is going slow when it shouldn't be? Like, it's not like you have a whole bunch of traffic at the time. It's you have, like, nothing going on. But no, your phone's going slow as shit. You're on YouTube trying to watch a video, and now it's buffering every 10 seconds. For 5 seconds of video. Alright. Ajit Pai was the fucking asshole. In 2015, Decision Commission issued a network neutrality regulations to protect consumers and protect ISPs from blocking, throttling, prioritizing network traffic. Former President Donald Trump and his then FCC chairman Ajit Pai repealed net neutrality rules in 2017. But yeah, we have it back now. It's been reinstated for net neutrality. I actually had a buddy at work who... So there's Verizon towers and AT&T towers. Well, his phone ran off the Verizon towers. My phone ran off AT&T towers. Now, at our workplace, I almost always have signal. But he almost never had signal. He would do his speed test. It'd be like 0.38 or something like that. He'd barely ever get past 2. Even when he was outside. Because, you know, a hangar is like a Faraday cage. But you go outside, you should be a lot better. But no. His was always terrible. He barely had any signal. He had to go to specific spots if he wanted signal. Ugh. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, so... let's see if we can get some more specific and try and understand net neutrality a little better. But yeah, ever since... so he changed to the AT&T towers. And that was right after the net neutrality got restored. So I was like, oh shit, does that mean things are going to work better for him now anyway? Or like, could it have been better without that? I don't know anymore. So... alright, proponents of net neutrality include consumer advocates, human rights organizations, and Article 19, online companies, and the same technology companies. Many major internet application companies are advocates of neutrality. Yahoo, Vonage, eBay, Amazon, IAC, Interactive Core, Microsoft, Twitter, Tumblr, Etsy, Daily Cost, Greenpeace, along with many other companies and organizations, have also taken a stance in support of net neutrality. Congruent Communications, an international internet service provider, has made an announcement in favor... there we go, it's a little better. Yeah. Where was I? In favor of certain net neutrality policies. In 2008, Google published a statement speaking out against letting broadband users abuse abuse their market power to affect access to competing appliances, applications, or content. They further equated the situation to that of the telephony market, where telephone companies were not allowed to control who their customers call or those customers are allowed to say. However, Google's support of net neutrality was called into question in 2014. Several civil rights groups, such as the ACLU, hell yeah, the Electronics Frontier Foundation, Free Press, and Fight for the Future support net neutrality. Individuals who support net neutrality include World Wide Web inventor Tim Berners-Lee, Vinton Cerf, Lawrence Lessig, Robert W. Chastney, Steve Wozniak, Susan B. Crawford, Marvin Armari, Ben Scott, David Reed, and U.S. President Barack Obama. Oh no, Obama. On 10 November 2014, Obama recommended the FCC reclassify broadband internet service as a telecommunications service in order to preserve net neutrality. On 12 November 2014, AT&T stopped build out of their fiber network until it was solid net neutrality rules to follow. On 31 January 2015, AP News reported that the FCC will present a notion of applying, with some caveats, Title II Common Carrier of the Communications Act of 1934 of the Section 706 of the Telecommunications Act of 1996 to the Internet to vote in a vote expected on 26 February 2015. So we're long past. Alright, control of data. Supporters of net neutrality wanted to designate cable companies as common carriers, which would require them to allow internet service providers, ISPs, free access to cable lines and same model use for dial-up internet. They want to ensure that cable companies cannot screen, interrupt, or filter internet content without court order. So this would be like anything that's like dark web, that I think, like anything that would be like illegal. They can block illegal shit, I believe. So like if you have a CP site, well, you'd probably be able to block that, or anything that can advocate for illegal drugs. You'd probably be able to do something with that. Where was I? Common courier status would give the FCC the power to enforce net neutrality rules. Correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, by the way. SaveTheInternet.com accuses cable and telecommunications company of wanting the role of gatekeepers, being able to control which websites load quickly, load slowly, or don't load at all. According to the SaveTheInternet.com, these companies went to charge content providers who require guaranteed speedy data delivery to create advantages for their own search engines, internet phone services, and streaming video services, and slowing down or blocking access of those competitors. Vinton Cerf, a co-inventor of the Internet Protocol and current vice president of Google, argues that the internet was designed without any authorities controlling access to new content or new services. He concludes that the principles responsible for making the internet such a success would be fundamentally undermined were broadband carriers given the ability to affect what people see and do online. Cerf was also has also written about the importance of looking at problems like net neutrality through the combination of the internet's layered system and the multi-stakeholder model that governs it. He shows how challenges can arise that can implicate net neutrality in certain infrastructure-based cases, such as when ISPs enter into exclusive arrangements with large building owners, leaving the residents unable to exercise any choice of broadband provider. So you'd be able to strike deals, and it's like, oh, well, you have to take the place you live at. They get to choose what internet provider you have, and you have to pay for it. It's part of your package. That's how I'm reading that. I don't know if that's how it actually is. Okay. Digital rights and freedoms. Proponents of net neutrality argue that neutral net will foster free speech and lead to further democratic participation on the internet. Senator Al Franken from Minnesota fears that without new regulations, the major internet service providers will use their position of power to stifle people's rights. He calls net neutrality the First Amendment issue of our time. By ensuring that all people and websites have equal access to each other, regardless of their ability to pay, proponents of net neutrality wish to prevent the need to pay for speech and further centralization of media power. Lawrence Lessig and Robert W. McChesney argue that net neutrality ensures the internet remains a free and open technology, fostering democratic communication. Lessig and McChesney go on to argue that the monopolization of the internet would stifle the diversity of the independent news sources and generation of innovative and novel web content. So I believe, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might not be reading this the same way other people are, you had sites that would be able to change the outcome of the algorithms in regard to like news outlets. So Great Lord Ellie, cheap viewers on cut.ly/kid. Whiskey 1QI way. No. Sorry, there was a message that I just denied. It was a spam. I'm not spamming. I'm losing, but I'm just making pasta. Motherfucking pasta. Alright. User intolerance for slow loading sites. Yeah. Can I get a better... Abandonment rate is much higher when startup delay is lower, when startup delay is higher. So anything here, but then it's like right here at like 20 seconds, it's like fucking gone. Except on mobile. Alright, let's get back to that. Intolerance for slow loading sites. Users with faster internet connectivity, i.e. fiber, abandon slow loading video at a faster rate than users with slower internet connectivity, i.e. cable or mobile. A fast lane in the internet can irrevocably decrease the user's tolerance to relative slowness of the slow lane. Proponents of net neutrality invoke a human psychological process of adaptation where when people get used to something better, they would not ever want to go back to something worse. In the context of the internet, the proponents argue that the user who gets to use the fast lane on the internet would find the slow lane intolerable in comparison, greatly disadvantaging any provider who is unable to pay for the fast lane. Video providers, Netflix and Vimeo, in their comments to the FCC in favor of net neutrality, use the research of S.S. Kirshner and Ramesh Sitaraman. Sitaraman, I guess? I don't know. Excuse me. That provides the first quantitative evidence of adaptation to speed among online video users. Their research studied the patience level of millions of internet video users who waited for a slow-loading video to start playing. Users who had faster internet connectivity, such as fiber to home, demonstrated less patience and abandoned their videos sooner than similar users on slower internet connectivity. The results demonstrate how users can get used to faster internet connectivity, leading to higher expectation of internet speed and lower tolerance of any delay that occurs. Author Nicholas Carr and other social commentators have written about the habitual phenomenon that states that faster flow of information on the internet can make people less patient. Yeah, but if you're already throttling internet, I mean, I feel like that's just happened because we have a lot of like quick streaming stuff anyway. Oh. Ooh, excuse me. Scares me. Alright, competition and innovation. Net neutrality advocates argue that allowing cable companies the right to demand a toll to guarantee quality or premium delivery would create an exploitative business model based on the ISPs positioned as gatekeepers. Advocates warn that by charging websites for access, network owners may be able to block competitor websites and services, as well as refuse access to those unable to pay. According to Tim Wu, cable companies plan to reserve bandwidth for their own television services and charge companies a toll for priority services. Proponents of net neutrality argue that allowing for preferential treatment of internet traffic and tiered service would put newer online companies at disadvantage and slow innovation on internet services. So this would be kind of like how Walmart just kind of took over a lot of grocery stores, and now a bunch of grocery stores went out of business. That's what it sounds like. All right, Tim Wu argues that without network neutrality, the internet would undergo a transformation from a market ruled by innovation to one ruled by deal making. SaveTheInternet.com argues that net neutrality puts everyone on equal terms, which helps drive innovation. They claim that it is a preservation of a way of the internet has always operated, where the quality of websites and services determine whether they succeeded or failed, rather than the deals of the ISPs. Lawrence Lessing and Robert W. McChesney argue that eliminating net neutrality would lead to the internet resembling the world of cable TV, which died. It's still dying, but it's goddamn. So the access to and distribution of content would be managed by a handful of massive, near monopolistic companies, though there are multiple service providers in each region. These companies would then control what is seen as well as how much it costs to see it. I remember dealing with that on fucking satellite TV. Like, it's like the way one of the ways it was explained to me, or the way that I took it, was like, if you're to do that, it'd be like satellite TV. Like, you get a section of internet. If you want more than that, you're gonna have to pay more. Oh, you're paying $70 for internet? Well, now you're gonna have to pay $120 if you want that for the first 6 months or whatever. That kind of thing. All right. Speedy and secure internet use for such industries as healthcare, finance, retailing, and gambling could be subject to large fees charged by these companies. They further explain that the majority of the great innovators in the history of the internet started with little capital in their garages, inspired by great ideas. This was possible because of the protections of net neutrality ensured limited control by owners of the networks, maximal competition in this space, and permitted innovators from outside access to the internet. Internet content was guaranteed a free and highly competitive space by the existence of net neutrality. Preserving internet standards. Net neutrality advocates have sponsored legislation claiming that authorizing incumbent network providers to override transport and applicant layer separation on the internet would signal the decline of fundamental internet standards and international consensus authority. Further, the legislation asserts that bit shaping the transport of application data will undermine the transport layer's design flexibility. So that way we can't just have a whole bunch of people making it by faking it, paying the highest bidder, or whatever. Preventing pseudo services. Alok Bhardwaj, founder of the Epic privacy browser, argues that the violations to network neutrality, realistically speaking, will not involve genuine investment but rather payoffs for unnecessary and dubious services. He believes that it is unlikely that new investment will be made to lay social networks for particular websites to reach end users faster. Rather, he believes the non-net neutrality will involve leveraging quality of service to extract remuneration from websites that want to avoid being slowed down. All right. Yeah, using speed is leverage, and money is the tool to get it. Okay. Ooh, it was a long-ass article. Okay. End-to-end principle. Some advocates say network neutrality is needed in order to maintain an end-to-end principle. According to Lessig and McChesney, all content must be treated the same and must move at the same speed in order for net neutrality to be true. They say that is simple but brilliant end-to-end aspect that has allowed the internet to act as a powerful force for the economic and social good. Under this principle, the neutral network is a dumb network, merely passing packets regardless of the applicants they support. This point of view was expressed by David Eisenberg on his paper "A Rise of the Stupid Network." He states that the vision of the intelligence network is being replaced by a new network philosophy and architecture in which the network is designed for always-on use, not intermittence and scarcity. Rather than intelligence being designed into the network itself, the intelligence would be pushed out to the end user's device, and the network would be designed simply to deliver bits without fancy network routing or smart number translation. The data would be in control, telling the network where it should be sent, and user devices would then be allowed to behave flexibly, as bits would essentially be free, and there would be no assumption that the data is of a single data rate or data type. So that way it wouldn't have to matter what the hell's going on. You still get what you want to get. Seems good to me, as far as I'm reading. Contrary to this idea, the research paper entitled "End-to-End Arguments and Systems Design" by Seltzer, Reed, and Clark argues that network intelligence doesn't relieve end systems of the requirement to check inbound data for errors to rate limit the sender, nor the wholesale removal of intelligence from the network core. God damn. This is a long one. But I mean, so far, everything leads to net neutrality being the thing that's kind of helping us out, that keeps things the same for all of us in regards to speeds. Alright. Apparently there's been a lot of lawsuits, it looks like. Net neutrality and states the principle of the internet service providers should make no distinctions between, so that way ISPs can't fuck with us. You can't make your internet service like cable TV or like satellite TV, where you have to have the better package in order to get what you want. You want Pornhub? Well, you're gonna have to pay the extra. Even though Pornhub itself is free. That kind of thing. So I've always seen net neutrality, or at least when I did learn about it, which wasn't until when it became an issue this most recent time, that net neutrality was a really good thing. And that Ajit Pai was a fucking asshole. In fact, let's look him up. Ajit Pai. Ajit Pai is a proponent of repealing net neutrality in the United States on December 14th, 2017, but with the majority of SEC to reverse the decision. So let's look a little bit at him. And this motherfucker. So, I don't know if you were there to see it, but he made some cringy ass fucking videos with like some 10-year-old memes. The Harlem Shake thing. Like it was long past that. Ooh, ow. Alright. Chairman of the FCC. Is an American lawyer. Served as chairman. Is a son of Indian immigrants and Paiju up with Harvard University. I have career. Net neutrality in the U.S. Yeah. You can still Harlem Shake after net neutrality. Yeah. I don't know. You may not have seen that. Yeah, this shit. That was 6 fucking years ago. Because he made that,
Hi, I'm Ajit Pai. I'm the chairman of the FCC. Recently, there's
Yeah.
been quite a bit of conversation about my plan to restore internet freedom. Here are just a few of the things you'll still be able to do on the internet after these Obama-era regulations are repealed. You can
so you already hear Obama regulations appealed, and remember that this was under Trump. Trump, I believe he had people that he knew who would benefit that were paying him off, lobbyists, I believe. Don't quote me on that. But I'm pretty sure that was the case and why this started out like this to begin with.
still gram your food.
No, it's...
Quality. Alright, real selfie?
And so this came off as something incredibly of
Cute animals.
bad taste. You can still post videos. Like, you don't understand.
You can still shop for all your Christmas presents online. Got that bulk deal on fidget spinners. Yes! Those Eclipse glasses are so cheap!
God damn it. Yeah, it's so... Can you tell how cringy this shit is? And out of touch. Like, all of this was out of touch then anyway. The issue wasn't so much whether or not it was, you could still do all this. It was whether or not you could be throttled for it, or what you would have to do after the fact, where you'd have to get, I wish he had gotten claimed for that. Like, if you were to go back and settle with him, he didn't understand, or at least it felt like he didn't understand. I feel like he knew what he was doing and he was getting paid for it. But it was so out of touch and of such poor taste that it seemed like he didn't understand what the issue was. That's what it came off as. The issue wasn't, oh, you can still do these things. The issue was, I don't want to end up paying a fucking premium just because I want to use YouTube or go to the hub or something like that. Like, no, he's an idiot. God damn. Dude, chill. Chill. God damn. Fuck. So yeah, and everyone ripped on him. And in his case, deservedly so, because we're like, we really don't want to have to worry about people taking advantage of us by making us pay for something that at this point is become a necessity. Like, I know we were talking about, social media and how it affects people and making sure it's healthy for validation, but like, there's no reason why we should pay for premium speed package. No. We already pay for like a certain quality of internet as it is. Like, are we going to use your service or not? What services are available? Oh, you're the only... I have the choice between 2 services maybe at any given time that can come out and set up internet for me or whatever. So I pay like $70 a month for like 100 megabytes per second or whatever. Which It's pretty decent. It's more than most people get. I don't even know. Let's see how fast. Let's see. Powered by Netflix. And 25. Let's try it again. I should be going faster, but I also might be bogging down my computer as it is. There are several. There are several. It's just they do. They service your particular area? Yeah. Like, I've got a few places. I've got 2 places mostly that I can do it, and everything else would be like directly on the internet side that I would have to set up with them somehow. So I'm getting about a quarter. So yeah, that's my upload. Anyway, I mean it's crazy. Like I don't know why he thought thought he wouldn't get ripped on for that. I don't know why he thought the way he was doing that video was right. And also, God, it was horrendous. It was horrendous in regards to editing. And I don't want to say that, but they have the money and the means to have had better editing. Like, they really did. They had very generic assets that probably came with the editing program. Some that I think I've used. And, like, some of it's like, okay, it's not bad, but the other parts of it, you could have just fucking actually set it up better. I don't want to rip on their editor, but it seemed like it was very rushed. And you don't want to rush your editor. You really don't. And he was at the forefront of it, so I don't know, man. Yeah. So, needless to say, is he still... She probably didn't... No, he's very much Republican. And departed FCC chairman. So I believe he either resigned... So he stands by his decision to repeal it and that it has benefited consumers. Yeah. So the only... I feel like the only reason that most people didn't have an issue is because they decide, yeah, let's not do that because otherwise people are gonna fucking railroad us. So yeah. No, he can go and deal with it himself. If he was getting paid or whatever, that's on him. That ain't my bag. I can very much blame him for what he's done. There was no reason to change it. It's almost like how Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, had to blab about PewDiePie having 9-year-olds when you're supposed to be 13 or over. And then the FCC, I think, again, or FFC, what was something? They came back and said, "Whoa, what about COPPA? That's an issue here." And everyone was like, "Motherfucker." So yeah, that happened. So that got revised 3 years earlier than it needed to, and it was always a thing. Don't get me wrong, like COPPA was always a thing, but wasn't pushed the way it was at the time, so it was a huge learning experience for a lot of us. All right, I think it's about time for me to go to bed. All right, so real quick, I want to highlight what I'm going to be streaming next week. Where's that? So there's a game that someone came on, and I mean, they effectively advertised Wardens of Chaos. So Wardens of Chaos was shown to me while I was playing Might and Magic 6 Mandate of Heaven. So this is what I'm probably going to be streaming next week, if all goes well. And I thought it looked really good. It's very heavily inspired by Might and Magic. And at least as of right now, I would probably go ahead and recommend checking it out. This is the demo, which I believe I've already... Yeah, I've already got the demo. And at some point, he's going to have the full version. He said the demo was... I forget how much he said the demo... How long the demo consisted of. Wasn't much, though. Maybe 4-6 hours or something like that. And I'm probably going to go a little more in depth. I can probably make a couple of videos of this in and of itself. And then after that, on the... So yeah, so that'll be that on the 7th. And then on the 14th, I'm going to be playing Minecraft all fucking day. So yeah, I thought this looks really good. Really good art. The terrain is well done. Everything's nice and smooth. He got some, I think he paid some artists, or an artist. And it looks really good. So this is what I'll be playing next week by Tap Drive Games. The release date is coming soon. He's still working on it. I think he's the only person that's working on it, so it's gonna take him a while. But hey, a little cat person, be able to make some characters, and it should be a lot of fun. Like, yeah, it's very reminiscent of Might and Magic 6. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping I'll have a lot of fun. No reviews yet. Well, can you review? You can write your own review. Okay. And then one day it'll come out officially, and I definitely want to go back and play it then. And I don't know if this will happen, but I'm hoping that he'll make it to where you can merge your save, your demo save, with it. I don't know if that's a normal thing for demos to official copies. If it even lets me save. I assume it does. But yeah. So, with that said, thank you all for watching. Feel free to like, comment, share, subscribe, follow, and all that jazz. You can look down below. You can look in the chat next to you. You can look at the chat or down below for all the links. You can see my links to my Patreon. I've got Reddit, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. My Discord should be linked. My Discord. Where is my Discord? It should be down there. Good night, buddy. It's always been a pleasure chatting with you. Stay safe, stay weird. Of course. will always be weird here. So yeah. Thank you for checking out S&G episode 11. Whatever topics I have left over, I can throw them on the new episode. I'll take care of that later. So good night. And always remember, you have potential. Bye-bye.